are back. Hello, 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 hello. It is time for even more spoops. Kind of spoops. Murderous spoops. Yeah, how are you doing, Peggle and Yubi? I hope you're both doing well. And Orville, too. The bear was stuck in traffic. It was unbearable. Oh my god. As if I haven't heard that one a million times! Mostly from Persona 4. Mostly from Persona 4. Their area is only one of 40 cities across the world that has been chosen to host a birthday party for Neopets. Wait, what? I don't know which is more incredible, the fact that your area is only one of 2.5, it's 2.5, one of the lucky 40 in the world to host a Neopets 25th anniversary event, or the fact that Neopets is 25 years old. I can't believe it. You're guessing you saw the Xenoblade news? Yes! First thing I did was jam to Noctilum. Too Australian to know what Neopets is? You didn't have Neopets? I mean, it's an internet thing. It's an internet thing, so I presume just about everyone knew what it was. Or every English-speaking country knew what it was. At least that's what I presume. Think all your Power Rangers? You have a Power Rangers collection, Orville? Why did you leave it out in the open? Make it so easy for it to be stolen. It's 2 locations in Australia. Yeah, see, that makes sense. So it was a thing in Australia. You understand the internet till you're like 14? And Neopets was like 11 at that point, so you had 14 years since then to know what it was. So I guess to be fair, I stopped playing it around like maybe around mid-late 2000s. You've been collecting since 2011? Then why'd you leave it out in the open? Make it so easy for someone to steal, Orville! And why did you assume it was me? I've never stolen a thing from you in my life. Oh wait, actually I just remembered I should probably get something to drink. Yeah, actually, give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay, back. And I have something to drink. You played Mario and watched boy cartoons? You and the rest of us, Peggle. We just also happen to play Neopets. Which was awesome, by the way. Ah. lot of people do that. Well, I'm guessing then that perhaps the Power Ranger collections are quite common. That's my guess. That is my guess. Probably a Littlest Pet Shop and said, okay, well that... See, Peggle, I actually heard of that one. I never was a part of that myself, but, like, even I've heard of that one. Rip boiling water, you will be missed. Okay, that was a good one, Orville. That took me a second to... What do I want you to do? What do you want you to do? Be more cultured, I guess. I don't know. I'm kidding, of course. Also, Kiki is very interested in my food right now. And I'm wondering whether or not I should kick her out. Oh, no. She's walking out of her own accord. Okay. You are a silly kitty, Kiki. Screw me. Screw you, play 9 to 9. Okay, you know what? I will do that. I will do that. So, on that very nice segue. So last time, everyone died! That's what happened last time. And, hey, we went back in time now, or which is to say, I replayed the game up until this point again. To the last major decision. So we can, you know, do something different. What's the... Oh, in front of you. Wait, there's no way it's been 2 years ago already. Feels like it was like just last year you did 999. That's nutty. It has been 2 years? Oh my god. Time freaking flies, man. I seriously cannot believe it's been 2 years since you did 999. Wow. So, Peggle, where are you gonna play, Somnium Files? That's your next Uchikoshi game. Yeah, yeah, you have another series to beat now. Yeah! Play the Somnium Files. It was made by the Zero Escape team, Peggle. Or rather, it was written by the guy who wrote the Zero Escape series, so... Anyway. Alright, so yeah, so, everyone died last time. This time, maybe it'll be different. So we went back to... I jumped back to the hospital room, more or less. Before the last major decision, so we can, you know, make a different decision. Oh, you got your next series on YouTube planned already? Oh, what is it? What is it? What is it? Oh. Could it be Steins Gate? Ooh, what if it's Steins Gate?
Boo! You stink!
Which is good, or Halloween and Christmas? Lately, I've been liking Halloween more than Christmas. Because one, Halloween is sort of the start of the holidays. And it's also warmer. And also, I like the color scheme better. All colors versus like red and green and white, although I do like red, green, and white as well. It's a secret? Oh my god, Peggle. Ugh. Well then, in that case, I might as well kill the time and waiting by actually getting on with this, shouldn't I? Or Halloween is overrated? I don't know. I find Christmas more overrated nowadays. Christmas used to be bigger for me, but I feel like the main draws of Christmas for me have more or less passed. You know, big family get-togethers are more of a thing in my childhood more than anything. Well, and also young adult years. Well, all that kind of stopped when my grandparents died. I'm going to see if maybe I can rekindle that this year. We'll see. Anyway, let's continue. So yeah, we're in the hospital. We're in the hospital room now, and everyone's deciding amongst themselves once more which door they want to go through. Lotus wants to go through door number 8 because, you know, bracelet number. Got it. You're 8. You're next 7. Which one do you want? I'll take 7. I can't get along with that old lady. What? What did you just say? Her face distorted by rage, Lotus took a step towards 7. He threw up his hands and made a face like a child caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Ugh! You're going to get it next time. She shot him a glare that would have melted steel, then turned and stalked off. Alright, who's next? Hannah's gaze moved across the 3 people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei. Junpei, which door do you want? At last, Junpei's mind was already made up. Alright, so which door do we want to go through, everyone? 7 or 8? We went through door 3. And that's what got us the submarine ending. Door 7. Okay, we have 1 vote for 7. Any other takers? Did I let everyone die? Oh yeah, everyone died. Literally everyone died. Alright, that's 2 votes for 7. I guess if unless 2 more people come out of lurking and make their voices heard, it looks like we are going into door 7 this time. I think I'm gonna go with door 7. Okay, 7 it is. Yeah. Alright then, that means June's gotta go through 8. What? Why? What? Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain. The 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind. There are only 3 ways we can do it. Plan A. Go through 7 with 3, 5, 8. And go through 8 with 4, 6, 7. Plan B. Go through 7 with 4, 5, 7. And go through 8 with 3, 6, 8. Plan C. Go through 7 with 3, 6, 7. And go through 8 with 4, 5, 8. And that's it. Those are our only options. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now? As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up the corners of her eyes. Oh no. You're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time. Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile. They make it so obvious. I know, right? Isn't it great? Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never going to see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that. You mean they're connected somewhere? Yeah. Probably. Probably? She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected. I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere. Why? What makes you think so? If they don't connect, neither team can get through door 9. In other words, this game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door. June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, he laid his hand gently on her shoulder. Everything is gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise. June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Yes. Promise? Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment. Oh, you guys are done, right? He stretched and continued. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 8 and Clover can take 7. Any problems with that, Clover? Clover looked away and was silent for a moment. Whatever. It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care. Alright, we're ready to go then. Let's move! At Santa's command, the group split and headed for the respective doors. Clover, 7, and Junpei walked toward door 7. Santa, Lotus, and June headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. 7 took a deep breath. Guys ready? Yeah. Yes. Okay, let's go. I don't know if you express your hatred for June. No, you have. You have. At least in VLR, you have. But no, I love Akane 999. Poor Clover. I've held a grudge for Clover ever since. Spoiler. The door had opened. A narrow hallway stretched out before them. 7 and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, toward door 8. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds. And someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. Hear the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep. Only 81 seconds left! No time to waste, guys! Let's get moving! 7 led the way down the hallway. Junpei and Clover followed him as fast as they could. After what seemed like far more than 81 seconds, they reached the end of the hall. To the left of a wooden door, they found the dead. There was no time to rest or catch their breath. All 3 slammed their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel on the dead. Still trying to catch his breath, Seven leaned heavily against the wall. It stopped. It stopped. The smile seemed forced and a little crooked. It's the second time we've gone through one of these numbered doors, but whew, you never really get used to it. He stood up straight, no longer out of breath, and wiped some of the sweat from his head and neck. Clover smirked at him. I would have thought a guy your size would have bigger balls than that. What? What the hell did you just say? Say it again. I dare you! You? Have no... You little... You want to die? I'd like to see you try. You fucking brat. All right, let's go! Hey, calm down, guys. This isn't the time for... this. It's not gonna do us any good. Gosh. Junpei sighed. Sometimes he wondered if the doors and the puzzles were really the greatest challenge they faced. Wait here for a minute, alright? I'm gonna go see if there are any other doors. They didn't respond, but Junpei wasn't in the mood for a conversation anyway. Ah, yes, you mean when spoiler happened? Oh, yes, Peggle, exactly! First, he examined the inner part of the numbered door. It was, of course, shut tight. On the left was a single, short hallway that terminated almost immediately at a thick iron wall. Junpei doubted the wall could be moved. At last, he gave up and returned to Seven, who was tapping lightly on the wooden door. This door's the only option we've got, right? Yep, looks like it. There was a metal plaque bolted above the door. It read operating room. If it was to be believed, the room on the other side of the door was an operating room. Something about it made Junpei feel nervous. Well, there's no point in standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us. Seven grabbed the brass knob and slowly opened the door. The creak of the hinge sounded like the groan of an old woman. A chill snaked its way down Junpei's spine. Quickly, he gathered what courage he could and took the first step into the room. Seven followed, with Clover right behind him. Part of the room just past the door was obscured by a screen. Clover's curiosity got the better of her. She darted past Junpei to peer around the screen. Yeah, I'm not gonna try screaming that. Her scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums. He and Seven ran toward Clover to see what had frightened her. They rounded the screen, and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear. What the hell is this? Is this a corpse? It was something that looked kind of like a human, lying across some sort of bed. No, not a bed. An operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lift, and a cluster of bright operating lights shone down on it from the ceiling. Slowly, they approached. As they got closer to the body, it became clear it wasn't a body at all. What the hell? It's just a huge doll or something. A doll? Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly, she approached the operating table and looked, as intently as possible, from as far away as possible, at the thing. Junpei could see her relax. You're right. It's only a doll. Man, it really scared me. She heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Seven smirked. Well, I guess it would have been weird if you actually had any balls. Shut it! Don't you start with me, fatty! Oh, what's this? You want a piece of me, short stuff? Yeah, bring it on, you whale! Hey, guys, not again, okay? Seriously, knock it off. Junpei sighed and shook his head. Anyway, it looks like he's got something the two of you could stand to have a little more of. I'm talking about a heart. Huh? Oh, this? You mean on his chest? Yeah. It was set a little higher than normal for a human body, but from the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt that it was a heart. Why would there be a heart in a doll? I don't think it's a doll. You think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something? Or maybe it's got more personal uses. Seven's grin was more than a little perverted. Clover glared at him. Anyway, how about we take a look around this place? Let's go. Okay. Sure thing. Ah, I can take another drink now. Ah. Ooh. Thirsty. An operating table. Do you think all the operating tables look like this? I have no idea. These dolls are really kind of creepy, you know? Hey, it says something here. John? You think that's this doll's name? Maybe? This thing is creepy. I wonder why it's on the bed. Oh, hey! Forceps. Oh, I accidentally lost focus. Or wait, isn't there something else here? That's a lot of tools. We're gonna slip this up. Another medical mannequin? From the looks of it, this one's a chick. She has a name, too. Lucy. Poor thing. Looks like Miss Lucy only has a head and a left arm. Maybe we're supposed to gather all her parts? Makes sense. What's this thing? Got these short iron legs. Maybe it's a heater? There's nothing inside it. Hey, a torso! Maybe you're supposed to eat something like that gauze to kill the bacteria? There's a boiling thingy over there. There's nothing on the lid or in the drawers. A lot of different kinds of medication. Hard to tell them apart. They all look like medicine. They got labels, but they're all big medical words that I don't understand. Jeez, Junpei, what kind of college student are you not knowing things? It's locked. We could probably find the key if we just look some more. Let's go look somewhere else. Looks like it's locked. Guess we're gonna need a key for this one. Junpei, where are you going? That's the door we came through. The only thing out there is the numbered door. I'm pretty sure I need to tell you that the numbered door is a one-way deal. So, you're saying there's no point going back there, huh? And they're nodding. Awesome. Medical mannequin with its gut showing. Ew. Gross. Hey, Junpei, there's a slit in this thing's chest. Yeah, sure is. There's something in there. There's something in there. Maybe we can get it out. Damn it! This thing won't budge. It's stuck. Well, I guess you can't use force on this mannequin. On this one, then. We need something small that can fit into that little hole. There. That's a lot of surgery stuff. There's some scalpels, a few pairs of forceps, a couple of syringes. Oh, if it's too rusty to be useful, though. Hey, there's a scalpel here that looks new. So we took the organ thingy out of that the chest thingy. It's all long, not an organ thingy. Huh? This part here on the back, it's all rubbery. You're right. So it's a fake organ. Of course it'd be. Wait, what's that been grabbing it for? Hey, it feels like there's something in here. You think we can cut through the rubber part? Aha! Yes. Let's try cutting this organ with the scalpel. Hey! A key! Yay! A key! Cool, it's unlocked. Let's go in! Let's see if... Huh, piece of paper. What's this? Is this some kind of medical record? Actually, what does this say? Oh yeah, okay. So that's needed for the puzzle. I found a beaker. No, you didn't! I did! I found it first. 4 different lights, each one a different color. White, red, blue, and purple. Does this thing react to something and then the lights light up? Won't open. Looks like it's locked. The red plate on it. Do you think that means something?
Stink. Doctors and nurses probably wash their hands here before an operation. Nothing suspicious here.
Wait, hold on. Awesome! It's unlocked. There's a note on top of the table. Iron equals 1, salt equals 2, water equals 3. Carbon dioxide equals question mark, ammonia equals question mark, ethanol equals question mark. What do you think this is a hint for? Maybe it's got something to do with this box? Blue liquid. Red liquid. Hey Junpei, you think there are any slugs on this ship? Huh? Well, if there are, I was thinking we could put salt on them. What's she pointing at? Label states N8Cl. Salt, huh? You think Seven will show up when we put it on him?
Hey, say something?
What's this?
Looks like a can with a spray nozzle. It says CO2.
So it's a can filled with carbon dioxide. Something stinks. Is it coming from this bottle? It says NH3.
Well, that of course stinks. It's ammonia. Oh, good stuff. Let's go for a drink.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about that bottle. It says C2H5OH, right?
It's ethanol.
That's right. It's also known as ethyl alcohol. Pretty much what booze is made of. It's pretty much what booze is made of.
So... you're gonna drink it?
Nah, I won't. Might say that's what's on the label, but there could be anything in there.
The box is locked, so I have to enter a password in the keypad to open. I can only enter 3 numbers. E is for enter and C is clear. Okay. Iron, salt, water.
Water's H2O.
Carbon dioxide, C2. I kinda forgot how that puzzle goes a little bit. So I'm just gonna go. Hey, it turned red.
Forget about that. Didn't you hear that just now?
Hey, a leg.
blue now. I think I heard another noise. Another leg! Yeah, they're making this easy. I can combine the red liquid and blue liquid and make a purple one. Good job, Junpei! The purple light came on and I heard it unlock. I'm sure it's unlocked. Locker with the purple plate has got to be unlocked. Alright, let's see what happens. Also, I love how Clover, like, repeated herself, like, twice. Alright. I think that's all the body parts we have at the moment. I think this is the exit? Oh, yeah. This is almost certainly the exit. Okay, so I just have to keep going backwards. Fascinating. That doesn't look very comfortable. Wait, do I not have all our body? Oh, right. I need an arm. That's right. Where's the arm? God, golly, jeez, I don't know. Hey, I wonder what that is. This KG on the display. Think maybe it's a scale? Some sort of lid on this thing. Why don't you try opening it? Can't. There's no handle. I can't get under it with my nails either. Nothing in it. There's a pipe going outside. Sure is. Door is empty. Yeah, nothing there. I feel like there's something I'm missing. Unless the arm is in here. I really thought there was a key in it. N is nitrogen and H is hydrogen. So in other words, ammonia is made of 1 nitrogen atom and 3 hydrogens. Oh, right, that's how many atoms there are. Carbon dioxide would also be, right? Let's see here. C2H6O. Okay, ethanol is 9. Okay. Not that. Iron equals 1. Right, that's just Fe. Salt is 2. NaCl. Water's 3. That's H2O. Two hydrogen, 1 oxygen. Carbon dioxide. That is CO2. So 1 carbon, 2 oxygen. Ammonia is the NH3, so that's nitrogen, 3 hydrogen. Use carbon nose rock. Hey, Junpei! There's dihydrogen monoxide on the shelf! Why don't you just say water? So, I mean, that's 9 atoms. So... that is 9 atoms. C2H5OH. C is carbon, H is hydrogen, O is oxygen. Basically, ethanol is made of 2 carbon atoms, 6 hydrogen atoms, and 1 oxygen. Hey, Stego, how are you doing? Welcome, 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 welcome. How was your October 29th? Spooky Day Eve. Maybe this will help you with your science work. I don't know, are you doing chemistry? 2 C, 6 H's, and 1 O. That's 9 atoms. Medicine on this thing. Junpei, there's a bottle of iron powder on the shelf. How do you know it's iron? The label says Fe. Fe stands for iron, right? Yes, that is the chemical symbol for iron. It's based on the Latin word ferrum, I believe, which meant iron. Gold's chemical symbol is similar. Where it was aurum in Latin, I think. Unless that's Greek, I'm not sure. Burn out the sick poster you found on Pinterest that someone made. Oh, what kind of poster? Iron 1, salt 2, water 3. So, carbon dioxide should also be 3 because that's 3 atoms. Pile of ammonia on the shelf. 1 nitrogen and 3 hydrogen. Yes. Carbon dioxide equals that, that, or that. Handmade poster of one of your favorite songs from the Crane Wives. That is definitely a band I have not heard of. Are they new? I've not heard of them. And again, I'm actually really stupid when it comes to, like, music stuff. So you'll have to forgive me there a little bit. But that is cool. They've been around since 2010. 14 years, that's crazy. That's a crazy long time. You know what else is a crazy long time? The time it's taken me to figure out, remember the solution to this puzzle. I solved it before. Okay, iron is 1. That's just... It's just 1 atom of iron. Salt is sodium chloride. That's NaCl, so that's 2 atoms. Water is H2O. That's 3 atoms. Carbon dioxide is also 3 atoms. Ammonia is 4 atoms, and ethanol is 9. Kurta, what did I just say? What did I just say? What did I say before I lurked, Kurta? I said you better have kept streaming by the time I was done with what I was doing, because I was gonna raid you, Kurta. Oh my god! But thank you, Kurta. I love you more, Kurta. How is Corey Keeper? Okay, that is a lot of balls.
This is aggressive.
That is a lot of balls. Curry doesn't read chat, Mochi. I should know this. You know what? That is true, Orange. That is very true. Actually. Extremely true. Yeah, hi Zeno. And yeah, also hi Orange. Yeah, I love you more, Kurta. Yeah, how's Scorekeeper? Yeah, she got chucked with so many balls. Also, Orange is great too. Except he sucks for that one time he was dominating me in Splatoon, so.
The Brella part coming in handy.
I love you, Orange. How are you doing? How are you doing? Yeah, we're doing 999 today because you know it's Spoopy month, and you know, fun things happen. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm just gonna look up Again, I just want to have the story move along. So you know.
Can someone like not use the clip command because it's only gonna be 30 seconds? But like clip? What?
Only use the clip, man. It's only gonna be 30 seconds. Where did that happen?
Whatever the heck just happened.
I'm guessing it was a long time ago. Curtis Stinky. Listen, we are all stinky on this fine day. Yes, orange is smelly too. Wait a minute. I was right. I put in 349. Oh, you need to put in a passcode. I mean, geez, they even got a keypad on there. How much more obvious can you get? Yeah, that's what I did. I put in 349. Didn't I? Wait. I thought I put in that solution earlier. I got so confused. Well, okay. Yeah, we're doing 999 today. It's one of my favorite visual novels of all time, where some really dark stuff happens, as you can see by the content warning. I'm bringing it out and having everybody, you know, be absolutely shocked at what they see.
But if you need a de-stream, Kurta, please do so. I love you, Kurta. You think we should go back? Yeah, I think that's probably best. Clover nodded and left. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that Seven wasn't following suit. Hey, Seven, what's up? Oh, well... He looked up at Junpei distractedly, and then back down at the brown bottle he held cupped in his large hands. What's that? In response, Seven tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. He caught it, twisted around to read the label. Ethylene edit? Mean tartrate? Ethylene diamine tartrate? EDT. It's tartaric ethylene diamine. What kind of medicine is that? It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent. Why would they have something like that here? Well, probably to clean up stuff. Clean what up? Fuck if I know. Still, it looks like it's cleaned my brain up. Junpei looked up from the bottle. You remember something? Seven nodded slowly and spoke. Well, I remember a story about EDT. Happened about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it to sell as industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before. But a year after the factory started up, something's. Oh, okay. So the fact that it's on the bottom screen is confusing me. I wasn't sure how to read that. Okay, whatever. A year after the factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals called a hydrate. As the crystals turned into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner. The factory had to just dump the crystals. As a hydrate, they were useless. But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even in ones nowhere near that first American factory. They'd been making crystals the same way, with the same materials and the same equipment and environment, but now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. Mochi aggressively swears part 3 of Electric Boogaloo. Listen, I'm not swearing, I'm just quoting the characters that are swearing. There's a big difference. Very big difference. But after it happened at the first factory, it just spread. It was like, man, how do you say it? You mean like it was infected with a virus or something? Seven shook his head. No, not like that. It spread like wildfire. Showed up in labs that were completely isolated from the rest of the world. It even started happening to crystals that were completely sealed up. Doesn't seem like it could have been a result of this stuff coming in contact with other samples. Then, well, I guess it was some sort of information. Like, the crystals were transmitting this information all across the world somehow. What information? How to make a new crystal. Something had to tell the stuff how to do it, right? Like it just whispered to the EDT in the tank. Hey, if you do this, you can take in water molecules. Come on, man, that's just... I mean, who is this someone anyway? Someone you can't see. Someone who exists all over the world. You mean like a god? Or maybe the devil? Seven grinned. As Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room. Hey! What are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here! Okay, we're coming. Jeez! Seven looked at Junpei. Yeah, so, anyway, that's the story. Might be useful someday. Don't forget it. With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room. Junpei was left behind to ponder what he just heard. Information being transmitted invisibly? Did such a thing really happen?
Well, thinking about that crap isn't gonna help you right now. We need to figure out how to get the hell out of here first. Took a deep breath, tried to clear his mind, and followed after 7. No, wasn't that interesting? I don't think it actually happened. But it's cool to think about. Alright, white cloth. Rotate over here, open this up. And look at this. An old hard bed. Okay, so we've collected the 6 parts of the medical mannequin. So the ones we've got must be for Lucy, right? Yeah.
Seems like it.
Well, I say we give Lucy her parts back. Any objections? Nope.
Agreed.
All right, let's get started. Combine! Hey, nothing happened.
That's odd. Maybe it's the wrong weight?
Wait?
Yeah, well, you know how there's a scale on the side of the bed?
Maybe. We need to get the scale to a specific number.
How are we gonna do that?
I think we're supposed to swap her body parts with John's. Oh.
Let's give it a shot.
All right. I think to switch legs. And there we go.
Hey, Junpei, I just heard something. It came from John's operating table. Better check it out.
That was easy. Basically just replacing all of them. Huh? A lid on the scale. Hey, it opened! Oh, I get it. It must have opened when we matched John's weight to what's on the chart. Yeah, the chart that we got. Jupiter key. There's a mark engraved on this key. I think it's the Jupiter symbol. Yep, hence the name of the item. And I think that's our ticket out of here. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. I need to turn left. All right, let's head out.
Hey, hold on.
Junpei stopped, about to put the key into the doorknob. What's up? Oh yeah, another thing you did was yesterday you went to your little sister's co-op because they were dressed up in their costumes. Let's go! That's cool. I take it you did some dressing up yourself.
Where's Clover?
Huh? Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen. God damn it! Where the hell did she go? Okay, hold on just a minute. I'll go get her.
Sure thing.
Junpei left 7 at the door and headed back to the operating room. He found her standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin. Hey, Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here. She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead. What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John? It wasn't the best joke, but it was something. An attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing. Hey, Clover, can you hear me? Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly, her mouth opened, and she whispered in a dry, dead voice. My brother might be dead. Huh? That's why we couldn't find him. He's dead. I'm going to be next. Suddenly, the operating room felt very, very cold. What are you talking about? What's wrong with you? He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond.
The silence grew heavier. Let's just get out of here. We've got the key. Let's use it. That cool with you? Clover nodded, almost imperceptibly. Still, Junpei was glad to see she was at least somewhat responsive. He put his hand on her shoulder and guided her to the preparation room. As they arrived at the door, she suddenly stopped. I'm sorry. What was this? Why was she apologizing? Junpei wasn't sure what to make of her. Was she emotionally unstable because her brother had gone missing? I'm really sorry. Just forget everything I told you, okay? Don't worry about it. Really, I mean it. How could anyone pretend to not hear something like that? Something told him this wasn't the time to press the issue. Junpei gave her the warmest kind of smile he could manage. Alright. Thank you. Her smile was weak. It was almost painful to watch.
Damn. What the hell took you guys so long?
Someone looked up as they walked into the room, clearly irritated.
Playing doctor in there or something?
Maybe. Jealous? Seven avoided answering the question. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key. Alright, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool?
You don't need to keep asking. Just do it, alright?
Fine then. He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it. Alright, let's get going.
Hey man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy? You know, get a little excited?
Not really. Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway. My brother might be dead. I'm going to be next. Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead, and she was likely to follow him. How could he pretend to be happy after hearing something like that? Oh, but hey, we found it! There's the fanfare and confetti! And I earned the Primum non nocere achievement, which is Latin for first do no harm. Alright, you dressed up in your costume and you and your friends reenact the beheading scene from your character's canon, although badly, he never watched Third Life. Oh, you know what? Fair enough, fair enough. There was also a kid in a giant inflatable bear costume. Ooh! I love giant inflatable costumes. Especially like those goofy like T-Rex ones that people sometimes wear to cons. It's actually just really funny. They left the operating room. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they were all locked. Until, at last, the final door was hidden in the corner of the hall. Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him and belonged to neither Seven nor Clover. Junpei! He spun around. He saw someone running toward him from the other end of the hallway. There were 3 people coming toward Junpei and his companions. Santa, Lotus, and June. They pulled up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard.
Whoa! What the hell is this?
What are you doing here? What? But we didn't... Before he could finish, Clover spoke. Hey, guys, could you come take a look at this? She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found. There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway. A map of the ship's interior. It said C deck in the upper left corner. It was, they assumed, a map to the floor they were on. Door 7 and...
door 8. The map confirmed what they already knew. Both doors eventually led to the hallway where they had found themselves. In fact...
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently until we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the Nonary game works.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
Yeah, I love them too. I don't know, I just like the way that their heads bobble from side to side as they run. It's so goofy.
As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness. One by one, the others saw what he'd seen. They moved, as one, for the door. He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke, without looking back at the other 5.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
Slowly, all 5 nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were. They were just where the map had said they would be. The same room they'd been in not so very long ago. A tremendous central hospital room with empty beds from wall to wall.
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory, and then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors.
He looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seemed that his brain was working as well as ever. He managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report.
At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism. I'm sure you'll be back for me. I did hope you would come back, but I confess I didn't think you'd be back so soon.
Ace shook his head with a rueful smile.
Well, we saw Charlie again, and we ain't dead, so I'd say that's good enough.
7 smiled.
Anyway, I say we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need.
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Right, Junpei?
Junpei nodded. Ah, the solar system keys. Found a couple more in the laboratory in the kitchen. Here, the Earth key and the Saturn key card. And with that, she pressed them into Junpei's hand. The metal key had the Earth symbol on it, and the key card had the Saturn symbol on it. I might lose them. It's probably better if you hold on to them. That way it won't be my fault if they get lost. Junpei felt slightly less than honored. As a group, they now had 3 keys that had not been used. The Jupiter key, which had been found in the operating room. The Earth key, which Lotus had just handed to Junpei. The Saturn key card, which Lotus had also just handed to Junpei. Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. Jun spoke up. The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase. Then next to the stairs...
Wait. They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words. What about door 3?
Look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. It just lead us back to the big hospital room. There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door.
There is a point. At least there is for me. There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at 7 as hard as she could, just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. 7 looked everywhere in the room except at Clover and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. Snake might be on the other side of door 3.
Clover nodded once.
The next person to speak was Ace. Very well. I'll be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again. So, 7, you'll help me, won't you? Huh? Me?
Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. 4 plus 1 plus 7 equals 12. 1 becomes 1 plus 2 equals 3. It looked like 7 was doing them too. At last, he gave up.
Damn. Well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm going with you, huh?
Yes, you are.
Alright, let's get moving.
And so it was decided that Clover, Ace, and 7 would discover what lay beyond door 3.
Okay, we're heading out.
Be careful.
Whoa, didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus.
Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door.
Ah, the truth comes out.
7 nodded as if this answer made much more sense, and pulled the lever on the red.
Okay, let's go.
The door opened, and Ace, Clover, and 7 jumped through it. 6, 7, 8. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily. Alright, we should get moving too. Huh? Get moving? Where are we going? Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused. Well, it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it? Let me explain. I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key. Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake. They were at the end of the hallway lined by individual hospital rooms. The Jupiter symbol was engraved on the keyhole. Alright, Junpei. Open it, if you please. Yeah, on it. Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pocket and slid into the keyhole. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Alright, ready guys? Junpei's companions nodded. He nodded back, then slowly and quietly opened the door. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase.
Great, back to the beginning.
You sure this is a good idea? What do you mean?
Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking you if there's any reason we came back here.
Of course there's a reason. Man, sometimes I just can't tell if you're smart or just lucky.
Huh?
This. Junpei pulled 2 things out of his pockets. The Saturn key card and the Earth key. Santa cocked his head to one side like an inquisitive bird and looked at them. After several long moments during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, June took pity on him. Don't you remember, Santa? On C deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the floor to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think. So the 2 keys that Junpei has should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck. Huh. Yes, that's right. June smiled, pleased with herself. So did Santa. Alright, I got it. Let's get started then.
What do you say we split into 2 teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you 2 can search Saturn, alright?
Sounds good. Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. They decided that their initial search should be brief, only 10 minutes. They'd be back near the staircase once they were done. Junpei and June headed for the elevators. Sure enough, there was a card reader bolted to the wall next to the left elevator. He lined up the Saturn key card and swiped it through the reader. A light on the upper left corner blinked to life. Great! Looks like it's working now. Alright, now how do I call the elevator? There was a single button to the right of the elevator door.
On the button was the upside-down triangle, the universal symbol for down. There didn't appear to be an up button. Junpei pushed it. He didn't have much of a choice. It opened! Look, Junpei! Jun's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety. Sweet! It opened. Let's get going. He grinned at Jun and stepped toward the open door. As he was about to set foot in it, he felt a hand on his arm. Wait. What? I'm not really... oh gosh. Junpei was something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? And this is one of the funniest scenes in the game. Right here. Jun was probably afraid of... You have to go with this one. After a little thought, Junpei decided that she had to be nervous about being locked up in such a small space alone with a boy. In a way, it was kind of cute. Very demure, you could say, he thought. Still, even though it wasn't exactly roomy in the elevator, they weren't going to be pressed up against one another. At least, they didn't have to be. Still, it was making her nervous. Junpei couldn't help but think how innocent she was. Come on, let's go. Again, he stepped toward the elevator. And again, he felt himself restrained. I said, wait a minute! Why? Aren't you afraid, Junpei? Afraid of what? Well, I've never... You know... She'd never been in an elevator with a man alone before? Even so, she still seemed awfully alarmed. I might get wet. What? Down there, I'd get soaking wet. Well, I mean, of course you would. That's the way it works. I mean, I've never heard anyone getting soaking wet somewhere else. Hi, Q! Welcome, you came at just the right time. That's true. You don't mind? Mind what? Getting wet. Well, I don't know. I think I'd probably, you know, like it. Gosh, Junpei, you're so brave! Really? I mean, I kind of think any guy would do the same thing, you know? What happens, happens, right? If you get the chance, you just gotta go for it. That's what a man's supposed to do, I guess. You're so cool, Junpei! I really admire you! That doesn't really seem like the sort of thing you'd ought to admire someone for. I'm really scared. You have no context for this? You have as much context as everyone else does right now. Yeah. I mean, like you said, you've never done it before. Yes. So I don't think I'll be able to last very long, and then it'll be over.
You know what that means? Fish!
Thank you, Q. Over? Yes. I'll go to heaven. Heaven? Feels kind of like you're floating in space and your mind gets all fuzzy, like when you pass out. At least that's what I've heard from people who've experienced it. Yes, I've heard that too. Although I don't think the same thing happens to guys. What? Huh? But it would happen to men too, wouldn't it? It would happen to anyone. Once it gets to your body, the same thing happens to everyone. I was gonna try to keep a straight face through this. I can't anymore. That part always gets me. Well, I mean, usually it doesn't go inside the man. I mean, generally. Yes, it does. Well, eventually it will. It's not like you really have a choice. Your body will force you to swallow some of it eventually. What are you trying to do to me? Nothing. I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm just saying that that's what happens. It's a psychological reaction to what you're experiencing. Was that really how it happened? It occurred to Junpei that perhaps that was how it worked. Perhaps he'd been mistaken all these years.
Had he misunderstood life so gravely? The thought terrified him. June seemed to be entirely oblivious to Junpei's mounting confusion and terror. I know most men probably have larger lungs, but even then I don't think you'd hold your breath for 20 or even 10 minutes. Eventually you'd have to breathe and the water will get into your lungs. Once that happens, your body won't be able to get oxygen anymore and you'll start feeling that floaty feeling as you pass out. Finally, Junpei understood. He understood what June was trying to say and why she was so scared. Yeah, you're right. You wouldn't last very long. See? She was afraid that the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. Also, I need to move. Okay, I'm moving the tips thing up. There we go. Okay, so when the tips thing appears again, or if it appears again, it won't be hidden behind the emulator window. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks. There we go. See, it works! And the floor below the one they were on, D deck, should be completely submerged. That meant... Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right? Well, yes, I guess it did. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise like it was moving, and then it opened. Yeah, exactly. Yes. So take a look inside. Junpei jerked his head toward the interior of the elevator. It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry. Oh, you're right, they are. She looked around the elevator, slightly embarrassed. Well, let's test it. Test it? Yeah, watch this. Junpei put one foot in the elevator and bent around the corner of the door until he could see the floor buttons. There were only two, E and C. He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut, and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. A few moments later, they heard the sound of the elevator door grinding open several floors below. Junpei nodded to June and pressed the elevator button again. A few moments later, the elevator returned. The door slid open, and it was just as Junpei had expected. And just as Junpei had expected, there was no water to be found. See? Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest just a little bit. June, however, still looked confused. What does that mean? How can the E deck be safe if the D deck is full of water? Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft and E deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you. He pulled out his notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration. I see. So is that why this ship isn't sunk? The shape of the inside keeps it from filling with water? Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket. So I'm gonna go down and check it out. You stay here, alright? But... Come on, just do it, alright? He gave June's shoulder a reassuring squeeze and hopped onto the elevator. He pushed the E button, and the door began to close. June looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as if she was trying to make a decision, and suddenly... I'm coming with you! Huh? At the last possible moment, June dashed forward, turning sideways, just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors. Junpei slammed his finger against the open button, but it was too late. The door had shut. He and June were in the elevator and was headed down to E deck.
He was so surprised by June that he didn't even have time to think about what awaited him on the E-deck. The elevator stopped, and the door slid open. They stepped off onto the floor outside the elevator. Nothing seemed especially unusual. No fish going out their fishy business or jellyfish floating lazily through the water. There was, however, a blowfish. Or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheeks were puffed out, and her mouth a tiny, intense frown. Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here. June looked around nervously, then exhaled. You're right. It's not flooded at all. See? But there's a whole lot of water. Yeah, right on top of us. What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks? Junpei thought about that for a moment. Well, we'd probably get really wet. Up there. Huh? At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can once we're done looking around down here. Lotus and Santa might already be back. Okay, good idea. Junpei glanced around the room they'd found themselves in. The first thing he noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one. Well, we can't go over there. Right. Then perhaps, in the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening. He walked up to it and stuck his hand around the corner. A long, straight hallway stretched out in front of him. That door at the end of the hallway. There's something written on it. Yeah, let's go have a look. Junpei and June set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. On it was a number written in bright red paint. 6. I knew it. This is a numbered door! And indeed, there was a red bolted to the wall right next to the door. Of course, with only 2 people, there wasn't much they could do with it. Alright, let's head back. Yes! Junpei and June turned and headed back to C-Deck. On their way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall. As it turned out, it was a burnt map of the ship's interior for E-Deck. I like how they didn't show it. Huh. So you guys found door 1. They met back up with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they'd found. Apparently, there was another numbered door on A-Deck, just like the one on E-Deck, beyond the door that the Earth Key opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there was a 1 in the door. All told, they had discovered 2 new doors, the 6 door and the 1 door. It is interesting that E-Deck wasn't flooded. Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thought. Well, we don't really know if all of E-Deck is safe. We only checked the area around the elevator. Even so, it's still very interesting. You said the 6th door was there, right? Yes. And that means Zero planned all this out, even the sinking. That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior. Pretty mind-blowing when you think about it. Yeah, I wonder how long it took. Can't even imagine how much it must have cost. It would have been a ton, that's for sure. Well, that goes along with what Ace was saying. The most reasonable explanation would be that this was done by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash. Yes, it does make sense. That thought made them all go quiet for a moment. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself, and Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance at nothing. I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here. June looked up at Junpei with large, pleading eyes. Yeah, you're right. Ace and his team might be back already. Well, Junpei and I should be able to open door 1. Huh? You guys leaving me behind? 8 plus 6 plus 5 equals 19. Becomes 1 plus 9 equals 10. Becomes 1 plus 0 equals 1. Just kidding.
My boss told me to have a good day. So I went home.
I love that one. Have a good day. Okay. Okay, bye. I love that one. That's a good one. Lotus's words were all the impetus they needed. Back to the large hospital room they went. The moment they stepped inside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room.
Hey! Where the hell did you guys go?
It was Seven. Ace was right behind him, and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back. It looked as though there was something strange about them. Seven had the look of a man who'd seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked as though she was only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment, they simply stood there, looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at Seven. What happened?
What the hell kind of a question is that?
Seven was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him hard. His shoulders were trembling, and his voice was strange.
Snake is...
Seven couldn't finish. He just looked away, his face twisted by... Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke.
Done this.
I can't believe it either. Trust me.
Snake is... dead.
He died just as the ninth man did. It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beating on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All three were frozen in place, their faces white. Oh my god. That's not true, is it? We should make sure. Yeah, right, we should. They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door.
Wait! Not that way!
They stopped short and turned to look at Seven. He was pointing at the door with no number.
I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way. It's not locked, so you can go in that way.
Where is he?
The shower room on the left side of the hallway. Put a broom in there too to keep the door open.
You can get in without going through the number door, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Their new destination clear, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the middle door on the left wall. It hadn't been open when they'd been through before. Just now, just as Seven had said, there was a broom stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it open. They looked at it for a moment and stepped inside.
Ugh, it smells horrible.
Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut.
Yeah, this is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke.
It was just as bad as they said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burnt meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat, to pound against the entrance to his stomach. He put his hands over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged. They didn't have to wonder where the body was. There was blood everywhere, a few arms of the splatter reaching toward them as they walked in through the door. All one had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hidden behind a divider. Murder, you're right! June, you should stay here. But please, just do me a favor, okay? Alright? He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hand on her shoulder as if to shove her into the ground like a tent pole, turned, and walked toward the end of the divider. It felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually, they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hands on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. He knew in that instant that he would take that
the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the sea, like blood like tiny islands on a great red sea. A vast, ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall even as they dried to it. Just like Ace said. Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own. Just like the 9th man. The detonator's bracelet set off the bomb in his gut. It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like raw pizza dough covered in tomato sauce. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with yellow piping, and the gray slacks. They were all familiar to Junpei. No mistake about that. It's Snake. Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard it catch in her throat. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time, it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head drooping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces. Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the 9th man was. Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa, June, and Lotus. Seven looked at each one of them in turn and continued. It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Then they shoved him into it, alone, and waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door shut, it was over for Snake, but he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonator's only deactivated if everybody you authenticated when they went in uses the dead. And then 81 seconds after he was shoved in, that happened. I see. So that's what you meant by killers, huh? By killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake. It wouldn't open for Snake and a single killer. Exactly. That means we're looking at multiple perps here. Junpei crossed his arms and grunted. Well, just like that, I want to make sure. Let's say you're right. When do you think Snake was killed? When we all split up to look at the parts of the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone. And that means none of us have alibis. We were all searching the rooms we've been assigned, looking for those parts. Yeah, that means anybody could be a killer.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about?
June seemed shocked.
How can you say one of us is a killer so casually?
Well, not just one of us. If I'm right, then at least 2 of us are murderers.
Why don't you calm down a bit, Seven? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know.
What Zero wants?
Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero is just trying to make us fight against one another for that victory.
Then you're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other?
Yes. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship. Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations.
Then does that mean that the person who killed Snake...
Yes, almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't it seem reasonable that he would have killed Snake as well?
Junpei hadn't really considered that. If Zero had killed Snake, then Zero was on the ship with them. Was Zero still on the ship with them? I mean, we already looked at the of course one, so let's just say he wasn't sure. He wasn't sure. Hey, I'm just wondering about one thing.
What's that?
How could you be so sure that Zero's on this ship?
This is so cool. True. And also enjoy your lurk, Koo.
Ace's eyebrow shot up.
Really, Junpei? I confess I'm a little disappointed. Usually you're rather sharp. Isn't it obvious?
Obvious? How so?
This ship.
Huh?
Zero said this ship several times when he addressed us.
I am Zero, the captain of this ship. The purpose of the game is simple. Leave the ship alive. As you have no doubt surmised, the ship has begun to sink.
If he weren't here, he wouldn't say this ship, would he? He'd be saying something like that ship or the ship. Oh. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Ace's explanation made perfect sense. Junpei felt a little foolish that he hadn't seen it himself. Still, he was left with a question, and it was one of no small importance. If Zero's on the ship, where is he? Suddenly, everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Again, he heard the ghost moaning noise. And moments later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was a cold monotone. I think Zero is one of us. Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer. But who? Junpei. That's crazy! Isn't the ship going to sink in a few hours? If Zero was here with us, he'd be putting himself in danger. Why the hell would he do something like that? There's no motive! Clover looked up at Junpei, and her face fell. You don't believe me. Her eyes were so pitiful. The moment Junpei's met them, he felt his heart tighten. He didn't think what he said was wrong. But perhaps the way he'd said it had been. He'd been too insensitive. Clover had just lost her brother. His death would have been bad enough, but he had also seen the blasted wreck of his body. Junpei barely knew him, and the sight had been enough to make him sick. What Clover had felt, he couldn't begin to imagine. In the mental state she must have been in, it was understandable that she would look at those around her with suspicion. She felt everyone was against her. The least Junpei could have done was try to understand what she was feeling. He felt ashamed of what he'd said. Perhaps, he thought, I should apologize. But before that apology could begin... Clover, I understand what you're feeling. You don't feel that you can trust any of us. Ace had bitten Junpei to the punch. As he spoke to Clover, his face was calm and friendly. But you have to understand, the more we distrust one another, the further we fall into our true foe's trap. Zero was the one who did those horrible things to your brother. Do you want to let yourself be manipulated by someone who would do such a horrible thing? Clover didn't answer. She didn't even look at Ace. The whole time, her eyes were on Junpei. He could feel Clover's eyes boring into him.
They were the color of a deep winter lake. Junpei saw no suspicion in them, only sadness. Then, in that horrible silence, they heard a bell begin to ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. 3 in the morning. That means we have 3 hours left. Then we need to move, now. 7, Clover? I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another, don't you? 7 and Clover remained silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very far away. We must go! We have very little time left! Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were going. Their next destination was Mercury. It sat, bolted to the wall near the stairs that led to the casino and kitchen between the 2 elevators. The Mercury card reader. Junpei stood in front of it with the Mercury key card. 7 had given him the card. I found out we were checking out the shower room. At least that's what he'd said. Junpei slid the card through the reader. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise. Now they were ready. Junpei and June had been chosen as the investigators. The reasoning being that they had been to E-Deck before and no one else had. As before, Junpei sent the elevator ahead to make sure the floor they were heading to wasn't flooded. As before, the elevator returned as dry as it when it had left. Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator. There were only 2 floor buttons they could push. The C and bottom buttons. The rest were destroyed or did nothing when pushed. Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward. Sometime later, Junpei and June stepped off the elevator and onto the bottom deck. They stepped off and saw that the hallway to the right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was a dead end. But not a regular dead end. This is a numbered door. This is the 8th one we found. There were 2 numbered doors on B deck near the central staircase. They were doors 4 and 5. There were 3 more numbered doors in the large hospital room. Doors 3, 7, and 8. Junpei and June had found another door on E deck, and Lotus and Santa had found a 7th on A deck. There was a 6 on the door on E deck. And a 1 on the floor on A deck. 4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 1. And now door 2 stood in front of Junpei. There was only one thing it meant. Do you think the next door we find? Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9. Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There was something about that excitement that frightened him as well. He did his best to put it from his mind and headed back to C deck with June. Alright, let's open these up. The pieces of paper they'd folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. There were 7 of them, all told. They were written on paper pulled from Junpei's notebook, and each one bore a code name and a door. Why had they decided to vote that way? They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors. Well, that wasn't the only reason. Junpei had proposed the voting system, and he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the pieces of paper. The first one read, Ace requests door 1. Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why? No, we don't have the time for that. Sorry. Let's keep going. He opened the second one. Next is Santa. He wants door 6. Yep, that's what I wrote. Junpei continued with the 3rd, 4th, and 5th pieces of paper. Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, and 7 also wants 2. Eh? Wait a minute! There's no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man. No. No. There'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of stuff like that. But...
Just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma.
I'm not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes.
Barely.
So? Last I checked, that's not a crime.
Maybe, but what about common decency? Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin.
I'm gonna kill you! Lotus's hair flared out like the mane of an angry lion, and she roared with a voice that shook the walls. With some difficulty, Ace managed to restrain her.
Junpei, read the rest!
Right. Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the 6th piece of paper. He opened it. June wants door 6. Yes. I don't really have a reason, I just felt like it. All the papers save Junpei's had been read. He did some quick calculations in his head. People requested door 1 were Ace and Clover. This was the door on A deck near the central staircase. People requested door 2 were 7 and Lotus. This was the door on the bottom deck and could be reached by taking the elevator to the bottom of the ship. People requested door 6 were Santa and June. This was the door on E deck and could be reached by taking the elevator near the central staircase down. It took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the 7th piece of paper and spoke. Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through... Any votes? This is the next big decision. It's the next big decision. Okay, if there are no votes, I'm gonna go through door 2. I'll take this moment to take another drink. And have some candy. Perfect time of year for that, after all. Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. S tier candy. And no one will ever be able to tell me different. Ah. So bad for you, but oh, so good for you. 2? Okay. That's actually where I wanted. That's actually where I was gonna go anyway. So thank you, Peggle. My choice is door 2. Santa was unconvinced. Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating? Cheating? I'm asking if you changed your number after you heard what doors we want. How could I do that? I wrote it down on the paper earlier. Let me see that. Junpei shrugged and handed it to him. Santa examined it furiously. The others peered at it as well. As they did, Junpei quickly slipped a piece of paper he'd been hiding in his pocket. Although he'd never know it now, Santa had been justified in his suspicions. Junpei had switched papers. He prepared 3 pieces of paper. For doors 1, 2, and 6, he put the paper with door 6 on into the pod. I think the first time you did this went through door 1 because you really liked Ace. yeah, for sure. And I think there will be even more of a I think there's gonna be even like an even more juicy tidbit that happens when we go through door 2. So I'm going through door 2. So thank you for validating my choice, Bagel. He put a small mark on it so that he would know which one was his. He kept the 1 paper hidden in his left hand and the 2 paper hidden in his right. Then he just made sure he didn't read his paper until the end. The rest was easy. If you wanted to go into door 1, he'd use his left hand and his right hand if you wanted door 2. Of course, if you wanted door 6, that would be simple. All he needed to do was switch nothing and say 6 had been what he wanted all along. Well, what does it say? He fought the urge to smirk. You got lucky. Santa snorted and tossed the paper aside, frustrated.
Alright. So we know he's going through door 2. It'll be me, Lotus, and Junpei.
7 plus 8 plus 5 equals 20.
The only problem's the other 2 teams.
June and I want door 6.
Clover and I choose door 1.
That's not good. You can't open either of those doors with only 2 people. Everyone was silent. Then suddenly Clover spoke, her face blank and cold. Why don't Santa and June go into door 1? With Ace. They looked at one another. 3 plus 6 plus 1 equals 10. Becomes 1 plus 0 equals 1. Finally, Ace spoke.
Then what will you do, Clover?
I'll be waiting at the stairs. You guys are coming back here, right? That's what 7 was saying, wasn't it? That had been what 7 said.
Till we find that 9 door, 0 ain't gonna split us up. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we can't open door 9. That's how the Nonary game works.
I'm sorry, but I just want to be by myself for a while. You understand, right? There was no emotion on her face, but it was drawn and pale, and her eyes were red. No one had the heart to contradict her. The room grew very quiet. Silence drifted down over everything like a blanket of fresh snow. It was Santa who finally spoke. Alright. I'm going through door 1. That alright with you, June? June said nothing. She simply nodded. And just like that, their paths were set. It meant that Junpei would be away from June for a time, but it had been his choice, and he would have to make his peace with it. 7 had said they'd all see one another again, and Junpei believed him. Ace, Santa, and June headed toward the central staircase and the number 1 door. Clover followed them. After seeing them off, Junpei, 7, and Lotus stepped into the elevator behind them and descended onto the bottom deck. They stopped off the elevator and headed for door 2. One by one, they put their palms onto the recognition device, and 3 asterisks blinked to life on its screen. The door opened, and they leapt inside. Fortunately, it took them only moments to find the dead. It had been placed just inside the room, right next to the numbered door. They gathered around it and quickly scanned each of their bracelets. It stopped. Yeah, it stopped. Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. 7 and Lotus were breathing hard and fast. It was the 3rd time they'd been through the process, but they had yet to grow accustomed to it. Not that Junpei wanted to. He planned to finish the game before he got a chance to let imminent death become commonplace. Junpei looked around again. It was a short hallway with 5 doors along the walls.
There were 3 doors along the left wall, and a single one on the right. At the end of the hallway, the 5th door was covered by a thick metal plate. Junpei didn't think they'd be able to open it. After taking a look around the room himself, Seven spoke.
Alright, let's get started. I think we'd probably better split up. You two okay with that?
Yes, no problem.
Sure thing. Seven nodded to them and stepped into the room closest to him.
Lotus looked at the doors for a moment, then headed for the one in the center. At last, Junpei was left alone. Well, guess I better get started too. He looked intently at the remaining 3 doors. So, we already did this room, so I'm just gonna be speedrunning this as much as I can. Alright, we're grabbing that. We got that. We're looking at this. And I'm pretty sure we can't. Oh yeah, we can't do anything there. So we're just gonna. Okay, actually, you know what? I can just kind of just use my controller for a lot of that stuff. Now we can open the drawer, and we open the drawer. There's nothing in there, but we can yank it out, and boom. Wait, actually. Alright, I'll leave. Go to this door. There's a toilet. And paper is pretty old. No knob on that, but you know what? That's fine. We can just get it from this. Oh, oops. There we go. And that destroys the screwdriver, but you know what? That is A-okay. And put that on, screw that in. Yeah, since there's no flowchart, I'm kind of forced. To, do everything. All over again, you know? Story moment. Okay. Actually, am I supposed to? Oops. Okay, if I look at it, then... Okay. Now that we have that, should let us be able to flush the toilets.
wait. Wait, hold on. There. Sure, there. Okay, now we can replace the ones here. Oh wait, no we don't, we need 4. Oh, I thought we needed... Okay. There we go, put that in there, then we get the 4th one. And now we just go... We just replace the E's. And we found it! Now we do this room. Okay, let's see if I remember all the stuff to do in here. Okay, there's a wrench. Okay, we can open that. There's something on the sun key. Okay, we pulled that. Yeah, right. Okay, now we just look at this. Okay, there. Okay, we did that one. Alright, now we gotta unlock those. Let me check the monitor. Alright, there's another story moment. Okay, so I think left is 2 and right is 1. Okay. I just had that memorized. Oh, this was one of the easier rooms you did. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that had me stumped was the flushing the toilet. Okay, we actually saw all that. Alright, so they got it, door open, and they stepped off. Junpei, Lotus, and Seven nodded at one another and took off running down the long hallway in front of them. They ran and ran and ran. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Yep. They ran and ran until they reached the sun door because they found the sun key. The Jupiter door was already unlocked. Junpei grabbed a hold of the doorknob and threw it open. They rushed through and stopped cold. The terrible scene before them made their blood run cold. Oh, wait. Is this a submarine ending again? It is the submarine ending again. It is the submarine ending again. Thank you, Peggle. Thank you, Peggle. I appreciate it. All right, let's technically we made some progress. Okay, you know what? Okay, we're doing this again. All right, here we go. Y'all PC players are spoiled rotten. You actually get a flowchart. Y'all actually get a flowchart. Okay. Okay, we open this up. That's the blue key. Now we go over to the mirror. Get the red key. Let's get the story moment. Man, I should have done the PC one. No! No! This game, the story was written with the DS in mind. And dadgummit, I'm going to play it the way the game was meant to be played. I say that half facetiously. I go into detail, but obviously, spoilers. I mean, spoilers that Peggle knows, of course, but... But it works so well with the DS, man! It works so well with it. Alright, now we have all those. Okay. That! I accidentally clicked out of that. All right. Yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of stuff to go through. Listen, this game is groundbreaking, man. But I think maybe it would be cool if there was a mod for this game that put it in a flowchart. Think about it. But yeah, because I don't know what I'm talking about anymore, honestly. I forgot that. I've almost forgotten how to actually talk my own words, and not just reading words from a screen. I was like, it's so easy to read. All I have to do is just pay attention, or like pay attention to what I'm reading and look at, and also who's speaking, and try to be consistent with the voices and all that. And not throw up at the sight of blood and entrails and stuff. It's actually not.
It's actually quite simple and easy. Alright, I just gotta go through all of these again. Yeah, so the reason why I'm doing all this again and not going through, like, door 5, by the way, is I'm doing a breadth first search. No, I'm doing a depth first search. Or I'm doing what's called in, like, Graph Theory, a depth first search. Where I go as deep as possible, and then whenever I reach a dead end, I go up to the first branch, like the first decision point that I can make a different choice in, and then go that one. The opposite of that is what is known as a breadth first search. Where you would essentially scan, like, everything, like, up in the same level as soon as you can. Try to clear each decision branch, like, as you encounter them as you can. If that makes sense. It's not exactly that, you know? I mean, there is more to it than that, but... It actually has a very specific... There's a very specific meaning for it in computer science and all that, but... But, you know, for the sake of simplicity, it's basically what I'm... going for, you know? That's not what I wanted. Take me in there, please. Okay, I think that's everything. Alright, now I'll go through this door. No. This door. And then this door. Oh yeah, take that. Yep, and do all of that. Alright, so 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 5, 4, 3. 4, 3, 5, 6. 6, 5, 4, 3. Okay, yeah. More story stop. Let's just skip all that. Get over to the casino. With one of my favorite songs. With one of my favorite escape room songs in the game. It just sounds so calm-ish. Doesn't it sound like just more cerebral? And not really all intense and all that? Like, I don't know. I actually listened to the song a lot when, I was making, like an escape room sort of thing in Unity. Like a project, like a Unity project where I was doing an escape room. Maybe I should try to revisit that project one of these days. I mean, I'm sure people do have escape room, like, Unity projects of their own, but like, I don't know. It's just fun to do it. But it takes a lot of work. Alright. Oh wait, hold on.
backwards. Alright, so that's everything there. I think we go to the Baccarat table now. We go in here. Open that up. And now we just put in the remaining 3 cards that we have. Really just a formality at that point. Go through that, and we're good! Yeah, this is yep, a lot. Fortunately, they do have a way of skipping text, but go back to the big hospital room. Sure, let's go. Blah, 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 blah. Yep. Somewhere other than yeah. And blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Oh, you need to get ready for work. Alright, sounds good, Peggle. I appreciate you stopping by and watching. I hope to see you again soon. Have a good day at work. Okay, let's go through door 7 again. Okay, we're back in here again. Remember this place? I sure do. Those out and combine these, and we get a key. Which means we can open this. Oh, wait. I don't want to go in there yet. Yeah. Oh. I want to go through here. Alright, pick these up. Back. Pick those up. Back. So 349, open that up. All those things. Alright, there's another story moment. There, go in here. Alright. Turn that red. Actually, I wonder. Can I just unlock them all at once? Yes, I can. I can just lock all of them at once. Alright, medical record. I don't know if it's going to let us do that last puzzle without it. Brotherly combining. Alright, so switch everything basically. Except the heart. Open that up. And oh, look at that. We got a new key. More story. Yep, of course there's a reason, and do all that. Elevator pointed down. That's faster. Alright, Snake is dead. Was left. Mercury key. Okay. All right, we're back. And yes, VL. Playing 999. How are you doing, VL? Katsugeki! Katsugeki! Katsugeki!
What the heck?
Katsugeki!
Melted. And that's dead.
That was a lot of Totsugekis! You're welcome, man. You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad that you're doing pretty good. I think I am going to go into door 6. That's fine. We just went through door 2. I had the flowchart. This would be so much faster, but nope. I gotta make do with emulator magic. I want to go through door 6. Junpei flipped open the piece of paper. It read Junpei, door 6. Of course it did. He'd written it after all. That's a problem. June spoke barely above a whisper, but they all knew what she'd said. None of these teams will be able to go through the doors they want. Clover and I chose door 1. Lotus and I chose door 2. That's not enough people to open a numbered door, however. The digital roots don't match up either. We've got similar problems. Junpei and I want to go through door 6. Our digital root is 5. We're gonna open that door. We need a 1. Damn. What are we going to do now? What are we gonna do? Junpei crossed his arms and did his best to put his thoughts in order. The others followed suit, but with little result. Eventually, Clover broke the silence. Why don't 7 and Lotus go through door 1? With me. Her face was cold and flat. That was her voice, but her logic was sound. 7 and Lotus looked at each other. 7 plus 8 plus 4 equals 19. Becomes 1 plus 9 equals 10. Becomes 1 plus 0 equals 1. The first problem resolved, Ace spoke up. Do I remember the optimal path? Nope. I am intentionally not going for the optimal path because I think that leads to... I don't know. I feel like story-wise, I feel like the story is more impactful if it's not optimal. Just like, it's also the reason why I'm playing the DS version, besides the fact that I made the retro achievement set. Because the story was actually written with the DS in mind. So, you know. I figure, you know, I'm doing it for the service of the story. Ooh, what about me? Isn't that obvious? Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1?
You mean I should join Santa's team?
Clover nodded, her face still cold and emotionless. Her attitude and posture could not have been more different from the energetic girl of only a few hours before. No one seemed really to contradict her. Or no one seemed ready to contradict her. Her response was understandable given the horrible situation in which she had found herself, but even so. Yeah, the DS version, but with voices and flowchart to be peak. I mean, yes, it would be. Like, all those together, and also, like, some of the localization fixes as well, because they did make some mistakes in the DS version. Which I'm trying to make up for as well in this. But, you know. But I also kind of like it without voices, too, because I feel like it makes it feel a little bit more isolated, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like, even though there are people there on the screen, it feels like you yourself, the player, are alone. Or because of, like, just little blips and stuff. I don't know. I think it's just me, but I kind of like the aesthetic it presents. Regardless. I do love the voices, too, but, you know, even so. Just like this, even so.
I understand. I'll go through door 6 then. If we do as Clover has suggested, we can all pass through a numbered door. No one will be left behind. This seems to be the most reasonable solution.
3 plus 6 plus 5 plus 1 equals 15 becomes 1 plus 5 equals 6. 7? Lotus, what do you guys think?
I don't have a problem with it.
Me either. Alright then, we're good to go. At last, Junpei and the other 6 had managed to separate themselves into 2 teams. Clover, 7, and Lotus headed to A deck, where door 1 was, near the main staircase. Junpei, June, Ace, and Santa, however, took the elevator to E deck. The ride to E deck was a silent one. Alright, let's go! Santa's words jolted them to action, and they stepped out of the elevator into a long, straight hallway. Before long, they arrived in front of door 6. One by one, they put their palms over the red. The soft electronic noise that authenticated each of them. The door opened, and all at once, the 4 of them leapt through it. Fortunately, the dead was located easily enough. This one had been placed quite close to the door they'd entered through. They gathered around it quickly and hurriedly placed their palms on it for authentication one by one. It stopped. Yes, it stopped. The countdown had ceased, but Junpei's heart was still pounding in his chest like a frantic, thunderous drum.
It felt as though it might shake itself up and out of its throat. He'd been through the doors 3 times before, but repetition had not dulled the experience. He was not anxious to find it dulled, however. He hoped to be free of the ridiculous game long before that happened. Alright, let's go. With that attempt at good humor, Junpei took a deep breath and began to walk. He jogged down the stairs at the end of the hallway and found himself staring at a large door. It was a heavy thing, made of iron, and more than a little threatening. He took hold of the bar that served as its doorknob and shoved it down. The room beyond stopped him in his tracks. It was gargantuan and made entirely of metal, none of the accents of wood or tile he'd seen in the rest of the ship. This room was purely functional, but utterly tremendous. Whoa, what the hell is this? Santa got out a few words before awe stole the rest of them. The rest were too stunned to offer anything more than gasps. It was easily the largest room they'd seen, and yet it was somehow closed and oppressive. The ceiling was at least 2 stories high, if not significantly more. It was easily several hundred feet across, and appeared to stretch the entire width of the ship. In the center of that gargantuan room stood a massive rounded building. Even from a distance, the sheer bulk of it was oppressive. Junpei could feel the room, the building, even the air pressing down on him. Junpei and the others were standing on scaffolding that crisscrossed the whole area. The proper term was catwalk, Junpei thought, although that didn't seem particularly important. Alright, let's head downstairs. Nearby was a long iron staircase that made its way, eventually, to the floor beneath them. They moved around toward the opposite side of the massive building, following the catwalk. They hadn't said much as they walked, but as they approached the building, Ace suddenly spoke up. This looks to be the steam engine room. The steam engine room? Yes, the thing that looks like a cross-section of a mushroom is the boiler. Do you see the 3 round doors near the bottom? Coal is put into those, and burned, which heats the water, producing steam. The same thing that drives a steam engine. This one is simply somewhat larger. I see. Even if Ace was right, the boiler was boiling nothing as they approached it. The entire room was as silent as the grave. Suddenly, Junpei heard a noise behind him. He turned just in time to see June collapse to her knees. Hey, what's wrong? Are you alright? He dashed toward her and wrapped his arm around her shoulders to steady her. It was then that he noticed. You're really warm. Is your fever coming back? Yes. Yes, it probably is. But I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. I just need to rest, and I'll be fine. Her voice was weak and forced, and it said a great deal more than her words did. Junpei carried her to the nearest wall and propped her up against it. She let her head fall back against the wall, as if she no longer had the strength to support it, and drew a ragged breath. Her eyes were empty, as if she was having trouble focusing them, and even speaking seemed difficult for her. Junpei felt his hand ball itself into a fist and clenched tight, his knuckles whitening. He had to find a way out, and quickly. He turned and looked at Ace and Santa in turn. They might not have shared the depth of his emotion, but they certainly shared his concern. He didn't need words to express the urgency of their situation. Alright, let's get started. Hang in there, June. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon. She managed a small nod before leaning back to rest her head on the wall. And here we go! New escape room, everybody! Bow, 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 bow. Okay, let's open this up. It's a square hole. Nothing in here. Oh, look at the back wall there. I can see 3 small slots. Terminals for some sort of conductor, perhaps? You mean you think we're supposed to plug something in here? Perhaps.
Golden gear. It doesn't look like it was always golden like this. Well then, I imagine it was prepared especially for this game. Huge bronze gear. This has to be important. It's a silver gear. Do you think it's made of pure silver? No way. Silver's way too soft to use for a gear. It's gotta be a steel or iron gear that's been coated with silver. Ugh. Should have called it a silver gear then. Shouldn't have gotten your hopes up. Were you thinking you'd haul this thing back? Nah, but I bet 7 could probably carry it, don't you? Look, Ace! Some kind of snowman secret meeting! Those are just bags full of sand. Use them as a counterweight when you're lifting something with a pulley system. Man, you're too serious. He kind of is. There's a pair of wooden boxes here. There's nothing in them. Alright, let's come up here. What is this? Given its placement, this must unlock the door to the left. There's a weird indentation on top of this thing. Do you think that means you have to insert something here? Yes, I would imagine so. 3 sliders on the left are down, but this one is up. There are a number of lines engraved in these. I suspect we were meant to do something rather specific with them. Junpei, why don't you move that slider down? Well, there's no harm in trying, I suppose. Nothing. Nothing happened. Maybe it needs to be prepared somehow. You're saying if we did something somewhere else, it'd respond somehow? Yes, I suppose that's one way of putting it. Oh, man, no dice. This thing isn't going anywhere. Yeah. Shouldn't have skipped hand day, Junpei. One of the doors on the furnace. There's an A on it. There's a circular wheel in the center of the door. Alright, let's give that sucker a twist. Well, it's noisy, but it opens. And it's totally pitch black in there. We should go in here. Alright. Let's go. This looks just like the other door we went into. Where are we? We must be on the other side, yes? Which would put us directly above the conveyor belt. At any rate, we should keep moving. There's a great deal we've yet to investigate. There are a whole bunch of boxes in my way. I can't get through. Rippin' SpaghettiOs. Well, anyway, looks like that's the pipe. Looks like the bottom connects to the conveyor belt housing. Then coal must come out of this pipe onto the conveyor belt. In other words, there must be a great deal of coal in that pipe. There are a number of boxes on the catwalk. I don't think we can go over there. Now there's a B door. Stairs in the back should be on the other side of these boxes. You have an excellent memory. Use that to draw a map inside your head. That way you won't get lost. Okay. That's a hand-operated winch. It's a simple machine used to lift things up and down. You simply turn the wheel to pull up the rope. Junpei, why don't you turn the wheel? The wheel? Alright, let's give this wheel a spin. What? That's weird. I don't feel any resistance. Ah! Ah, shit. Heh. It's a wheel that seems to be part of the winch. There's some pegs on the back that look like they go into the holes on the winch. Okay. Good job, genius. You broke it. I didn't break it. It broke all by itself. Let's see if I can get it back on. I have a post in the back, but it looks like it fit into the holes on the winch. Damn, no good. These little shafts are too small for this big hole. Like it's throwing it's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway, to be honest. If that's the case, then that wheel wasn't originally part of this winch. Then that means... okay then.
C on it. Okay, it's not gonna let me go through it. So this is where you put coal into the furnace?
That's right. I had a look at it earlier, but it's rusted shut, I'm afraid. Perhaps you could check the other side.
Tunnel goes all the way across the ship.
I'd say this is probably here to move coal from place to place. It probably comes from over there. And then the belt carries it down the tunnel and out here.
So if the conveyor belt was moving,
Yes, the coal would almost certainly come out here.
that there are boxes, there were claw bags, there's nothing but sand in them. I mean, checking terminals for something. Okay, they're rusted shut. I already looked through those. There's nothing there. All right. Okay. Where does this go? I feel like there should be another door that I can... There's a wooden box underneath that one. Oh yeah, I got the wheel put off the other winch, don't I? Let's see if it fits. Sweet, it's a perfect fit. Like they were made for each other. Not shaky at all. Good, I should be able to turn this now.
Good work, Junpei. We should be able to haul up the wooden box now. You see? The wooden box. It's under the catwalk. Can you see it? It's hanging from the rope on the winch, isn't it? Looks like there's some sort of device in the box. I'm not sure what it is. Anyway, you might as well turn that wheel now. I'm counting on you.
That was pretty long! So hi, Mark! How are you doing? How are you doing, Mark? You're here for some spooky time! Spooky in quotes, of course, because, you know, 99's not really spooky so much as it is, you know, like, intense and suspenseful and all that. And gory! Huh, what's this?
What happened?
This wheel only turns to the left.
Only turns to the left.
That means we can't reel up that rope. Yeah, we don't let the rope down.
Interesting. I don't think that will be a problem. We will simply need to go downstairs after letting the wooden box down. I'll be counting on you, Junpei.
Sure thing, no sweat. Doing good. You remember playing this game when you first met me? Yeah, right? Ha 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 ha! In game design class, right? Or was that Ace Attorney? No way. You had to have already played Ace Attorney. I can't remember if you said it was Ace Attorney or 999 that you were playing in game design when we met. Because yeah, for those who don't know, Mark and I go all the way back to college. We were in the same game design specialization. We also both have computer science degrees, so there's that. Oh, you played Ace Attorney in high school. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. All right, so then, yeah, it was 999. Isn't this game great, Mark? So, when are you gonna finish Virtue's Last Reward? Huh?
I believe the box has reached the floor.
Yeah. He stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. The box had only recently hung just below the catwalk, now sat on the floor. It had come to rest near the end of the tunnel that covered the conveyor belt. Ah, super great time. And it's told the best on the DS, I argue. Oh, 0 time. Wait. I thought you didn't finish Virtue Slash Reward. Oh, you did beat it. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I don't know why I thought you didn't beat Virtue Slash Reward. Maybe I... Okay, I don't know. Maybe you had yet to beat it by the time I was playing it in Japan. Back in 2015, remember that? That was 9 years ago. I don't want to think about it anymore. I don't want to think about that anymore. Ugh. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep reading before I cry myself to sleep. Here where June had collapsed. Junpei could see her, still leaning against the wall as if she barely had the strength to sit up. Even from so far away, it was not difficult to see that she had not improved. He almost thought he could see heat rising from her body. She doesn't seem to be improving. Ace's expression was inscrutable, but he'd said what they had all been thinking. Well, of course not. She's not gonna just get better right away, you know? It'll take time. He tried desperately to convince himself that what he'd said was true. What could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps? Nah, it's gotta be exhaustion. Santa's response was confident and certain. She gets dropped into some weird-ass ship, forced to play some messed-up game. You think about it, it's a lot weirder that we aren't freaking out just like her, you know? So you're saying we're abnormal? Yeah. We're just running around this room solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual. How the hell could you call that normal? We're just guinea pigs. Santa snorted in disgust. Guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat? You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment? Is that what you're saying? Dunno, but it does seem like a possibility, you know? He stood there for a few more minutes, no one speaking until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him. Okay! That's an adventure. So what are you up to now, Mark? How are you enjoying your Tuesday evening? Also, it's been ages since I've done this. Yeah, leaving that. I don't have the thing for that yet. I hadn't yet walked down this way, have I? There are a number of these little windows along the side of the inside of this thing. I think you're supposed to put colon through these, but they're welded shut. I don't think we can get these open. Stairs stretch from the catwalk to the boiler. Boiler. The armory, the bakery, the armory, the bakery. You're playing some RE4? Nice. What's that? Actually, it's the perfect time. Oh, there's a thing with the stuff. I'm just blind is all. Maybe this hole is where the control panel goes. Well, there's only one way to find out. In you go. Getting through to play some 1,000-Year Door after something else. You're not sure yet. Ooh. The Switch version, I presume. Well, you have a lot to do, Mark, before Xenoblade Chronicles X comes out. And we're gonna have to get that and do online multiplayer again, just like we used to. Remember those days? The words smooth recovery are still burned into my head. All these years later. Dude, you did it! Everything looks alright. Okay, but what do we do now? Why don't you press the button next to it? The orange one? Yes. Alright, I'll do that. Pushing! Sweet! All sorts of lights are lighting up on this thing. And, oh, yes, I think I just heard something turn on. Oh? What's that? What happened? Junpei, look, the conveyor belt's moving. Conveyor belt? Well, I guess it's done moving now. There's still a bunch of coal in the belt, though. Looks like a bunch of it got dumped off at the end of the belt into that wooden box, where we found the control panel. Coal. Coal, huh? Box filled with coal. Nice. Wooden box full of coal. Guess there's really only one thing we can do with this stuff. Yeah, but we can't even throw it in the furnace. So... we'll just have to use it for something. Well, E. No, wrong door. It's C that I should go through. Oh. Well, dang it. Okay, maybe I was supposed to go through the B door. Or maybe not. Maybe not. I don't want your damn coal! What am I supposed to do with this? When life gives you coal, don't make lemonade. Make life take the coal back! Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons! Alright, maybe if I... It looks like there's a door over here in this tunnel. The belt over there must deliver the coal, which is then picked up and thrown into the score. The door appears to be welded shut, however. Lovely. There's a pair of boxes here, so what do I do? Up! There's only one thing to do with coal. I guess burn it? But, like... Oh man, Junpei, I can't believe I missed something so important! What's so important? Look at those stairs. Look at them carefully. That gap. That height. That angle. It's perfect! Perfect? Perfect for what? Whatever, just bring Clover here right now! Tell her she needs to walk up and down these stairs. Huh? Clover's not here. What the hell is he talking about? It's... Heck if I know! I mean, there's a pair of boxes here. It's coal, shiny and black and coal-like. Covered in lights. Oh wait, what if? Light on the button isn't on anymore. I don't need to press it. But pressing things is fun, Junpei. Feeling important. Here's the recipe. It looks like it's still pretty sturdy. Gabriel runs into a sort of arched tunnel. Well, it's shut and won't move. Oh boy, what do I do? I think I just want to move the slider down. Oopsie poopsie. What do? There's a catwalk over there. Yeah, if by catwalk you mean narrow strip of metal. Junpei, are you brave enough to cross that? If you were to fall, you do realize that that broken bones would be the least of your problems. What that? Junpei dying in this game? There's no way. Junpei is never gonna die in this game. He hasn't died a single time in his life. The catwalk. I feel like I am missing something very obvious. Like aren't I supposed to use the... coal either to burn it or to weigh something else down. I don't know, man. Nothing but sand. Sand and more sand. So much sand. So much sand, you wouldn't know what to do with it. There's a parallel like this on the other side. Yeah, you're right. Can I, like... You don't like sand. Yeah, I know, it's so coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Junpei, do you really think you should be paying so much attention to the conveyor belt? Listen! I have my reasons. Okay, so these aren't welded shut. Okay. There's a hole that'll let us put coal into the furnace. Maybe we can get some coal in there and set it on fire. Okay, let's do it. Alright, that's the last of it. No coal left in the wooden box. And nothing. Great. Well, I guess I should have expected that. Why would just throwing coal into a cold furnace do anything? Ah, well, man can dream. Junpei, explain it to me again. You're planning to stoke the furnace with coal, which will heat the water stored up there and make steam, which will then dry something else. Am I correct? In other words, you want to generate enough pressure with the steam to power the turbine and drive the steam engine, right? Yeah, I guess that's the gist of it. Well, in that case, this isn't enough coal. This furnace is enormous, so we're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more coal than this. Very well then, if the three of us work together, then we should manage to fill it much faster. I want to help too. Man, I totally didn't even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that? Yes. Yeah, right. You look like you're one stiff breeze away from falling over, June. I think you'd better rest some more, alright? But No arguing. You need your rest. So you just stay there. I'll handle this. Okay. I understand. Alright, time for some manly work. Let's get this coal into those furnaces. Hi-ho, hi-ho. It's off to work we go. Man, this is a lot of work. Alright, I think this should be sufficient. Alright, now we just gotta light it. Junpei, hand me your matches. What makes you think I have matches? I see. Then how are we gonna light it? Perhaps there's a device nearby that will allow us to remotely ignite the coal. Let's take a look, shall we? Some sort of ignition device, huh? Like this thing? Is this? I think it might be. It probably is. I think this is how we might ignite the furnace. That means if we move that thing down... Alright, let's do it. Here we go. Hey, Junpei, Ace, look at this! There's big gears turning onto the boiler here. Already? Gears. They're spinning. What the hell are you guys waiting for? Let's start looking! There's a weird indentation that looks like 3 circles put together. It looks like a Cowlet model of... What? Hey, are you alright? Yes, I'm... fine. And now she can't stand. See? I told you. I'll get some rest, alright? Yes. I'm sorry. Man! Poor June, man. Poor Akane. She's such a cinnamon roll, man. She's just doing her best. She's just doing the best.
Just doing everything she can. Holding on to what I am because pretending I'm a Superman. You like sand? It's squishy. Oh my god, Dana. Also, hi, Dana. It looks like this thing unlocks the door. Just pressing it looks like the outline of 3 circles laying on top of each other in a triangle. Maybe we put those 3 discs we found into this thing. Well, there's only way to find out. Let's stick them in. Huh? That's odd. Nothing's happening. Maybe you're, I don't know, putting them in the wrong places? Perhaps you have them facing the wrong directions. Perhaps you should rotate the discs to make some of the lines connect to one another. Well, no harm in trying. Instructions, blah, 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 blah. The switch angles for the discs are reset. Okay. Wait a minute. Darn it. Darn it. Wait a minute. Darn it. Wait a minute. Just do that. Do that. And do this! There we go! The red lines on these discs. I think maybe I can make a star polygon with these. And hey, the door opened! Ha, I'm a genius. I'm gonna make ice cream out of birdseed and gum! Ah. And achievement unlocked! The ancient engine. Yes! The door's open! Given the circumstances, Junpei's happiness was certainly understandable. Ace seemed to share his excitement. All right, Junpei. Why don't you go get June now? Santa and I will keep an eye on the store. Santa snorted. Why do we need to do that? Even if it shuts, we know how to solve the puzzle now. We can just open again. Well, I suppose that's true. Shall all 3 of us go and collect June then? Nah, I'm cool. I'll let Junpei handle it. Still seemed irritated by something, however, and sat down on the stairs petulantly. So you're only interested in being contrary. Ace sighed with the air of a long-suffering parent. All right, I'll go get June. I'll be right back. So how are you doing, Dana? What have you been up to on this spooky night? Eve. He gave a quick nod to Ace and Santa and dashed off down the stairs. Before long, he was back on the first floor, next to the conveyor belt, and June. As he drew closer, she stood up slowly. Are you okay? He did his best to sound calm and nonchalant, but there was no hiding the genuine concern in his voice. Yes. I'm fine now. I'm sorry I made you worry. June blushed. He wasn't sure if she was embarrassed or still feverish. Just to make sure, he reached out and put his hand against her forehead. Good. You're feeling a lot better. She was feeling far less warm than she had earlier, but still wasn't down to what seemed normal to him. Are you sure you're all right? He had to be sure. June gave him a look. Oh, you're such a warrior, Junpei. Oops. I mean, worrier. June giggled. He wasn't sure if she just made a joke or not, but seeing her smile again made Junpei feel at ease. If she was well enough to smile and laugh, then she really was feeling much better. He gave her a friendly poke on the forehead. Let's go. Go where? Oh, right. I didn't tell you. We got the exit open, so... Great! Let's go! June clasped her hands and nodded urgently. As they walked back toward the exit, Junpei noticed Santa sitting on the stairs. He was, however, holding something in his right hand and staring at it with a strange expression. Junpei and June slowed down and finally stepped in front of him.
What are you looking at? Santa answered without looking up, his voice quiet. It's a photo. It's my sister. Sister? Santa, you got a sister? Santa simply nodded. Yeah. Kid was as cute as a button. June cocked her head, confused. She was only about an inch tall, then? Santa glared at her. Sorry. I guess an inch is a little large for a button. Probably more like a half inch. Santa didn't smile or laugh. He simply turned back to his picture and spoke. I was her Santa Claus. The sudden revelation took Junpei by surprise. He had no idea what Santa meant. He glanced at June, who shook her head. She didn't know either. You ever heard the story of the two Santa Clauses? It goes that a long time ago, there were two Santas. One of them wore white, and the other one wore black. The white Santa gave presents to good kids. The black Santa played tricks on bad kids. They went on like that for a while, but eventually the black Santa's tricks started to get worse and worse. Pretty soon, the white Santa couldn't stand it anymore, and he stabbed the black Santa to death. When he stabbed the other Santa, the white Santa got blood all over his clothes. And that's why these days his clothes are red. You could say that red is all that's left of the black Santa. Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say. June was staring at Santa, sadness plain on her face. He continued. I wonder which Santa I am. The white Santa or the black Santa? All right, let's go. Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back in his pocket and headed back up the stairs, taking them two at a time. Junpei and June looked at one another. There was nothing they could think of to say. Hey, what are you two doing? Let's get moving! Come on! Santa's voice echoed across the room from above them. They nodded and followed him quickly up the stairs. Ace was waiting for them at the top. He was leaning against the handrail. He looked very tired. The door had shut, but it wasn't cause for concern. Junpei quickly solved the disc puzzle a second time, and the door opened once again. In single file, they walked through. After walking for nearly 15 feet, they found themselves in front of a metal door. It opened easily enough, and they passed through it as well. A new room stretched out before them. This room! Is this a warehouse? No, I believe this is the cargo room. This must be where they store all this vessel's freight. There are wooden crates everywhere. I wonder how old they are. Junpei, Ace, and June had stopped unconsciously, pausing to take in their new surroundings. Santa's voice broke through their momentary trance. Well, we probably ought to start with finding the exit, right? Let's get going. Take a way out! Alright, cargo room. A box or something inside. Okay, so I gotta find pictures of everybody. Right.
We've searched all the boxes. There's nothing in them.
It's locked. I guess we need a key to open it, huh?
All the boxes have numbers on them.
What if we need a different key for each... Oh? Ace bent down and picked something that had been sitting next to the box.
Junpei, look. Take a look at this.
It's a picture. Oh, wait. Is that a card? Card with Lois's face printed on it.
I don't know what's in these barrels.
Judging by their weight, perhaps a liquid of some sort. Okay. Oh, look, a shiny box. Card with Ace's face printed on it. And there's another card! Card with the Ninth Man's face printed on it. These crates are a little smaller than the others. They look like they're the children of the other crates. Junpei, that sounds like some sort of fairy tale. Really? I don't know, man. You ever think about how crates would reproduce? Doesn't sound like a fairy tale to me. The conversations this game gets into. Man, the guy on this card is one good-looking son of a bitch. Way more class than that other chump. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Huh? What's your problem? Didn't say I meant you, did I? Shit. Find another sturdy scraps. This is the only area with a fence around it. Junpei, you think you could go take a look at that? Sorry, but no thanks. Why? I've got a bad feeling about it. Pussy. Okay, fine. I'll go. Please be careful, Santa. Yeah, just in case. Wait, what's it gonna do with that screw? I don't see what throwing a screw at a fence is. Holy shit! This. Oh man. There's electricity running through that fence. Looks like it. Then we can't get to the other side. Well, we could jump off those crates, but we wouldn't be able to get back. I think we can get over to the fence by jumping on those crates. What are you saying, Junpei? There's a huge electrical current flowing through that fence. If you do that, you won't be able to get back. Well, if I can move some of those crates over there. Are you even sure you can move them? What if they weigh too much? Then what are you gonna do? Oh, yeah. I hadn't thought of that. Man! She's so caring! She's so sweet! Snake. Is that Snake's card? Yeah, you wanna see it? No, that's fine. There's nothing in these crates. Alright. Climb up. These stairs, they go up 3 stories. What are you waiting for, Junpei? Whatever, I'm going. This is the only door here, except for the one we just came in through. Then this is the exit. No shit, Sherlock. Of course it's locked. Is it an electronic lock? No, just a keyhole right under the doorknob. So to open this door, we've got to find the key that fits in that keyhole. Yeah. Oop. I want to keep climbing that. This looks like it's covering something. Looks like some kind of little shutter. Maybe it'll open if we do something. What's gonna come out of it if it does open? Yeah, like I know that. The monitor's off. I've got a green switch here and a red one and some kind of lever. None of those seem to do anything though. Maybe the power's off? Yeah, maybe. There's a single green light on the bottom though. That means... Well, there are 6 holes here. They look like jacks for a headphone cable. Jacks, huh? And maybe if we put something in them. Yeah, something might happen. Alright, I think I have to use... There's some numbered boxes and cards with pictures of all of us. Does that mean we need to collect the cards we don't have? Yeah, I guess so. I was hoping! There's nothing in the bag anymore. This is Clover's card. You know, look at this photo. She's kind of cute, isn't she? Huh? What's up? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Why does her smile make me feel cold? Oh, man. I love it, man. I love it! Nothing in the bag. And there's 7. This is Seven's card. If this is supposed to be a trading card, it's not a very good one. There's some sort of liquid in these barrels. I'm not sure what it is, however. There's nothing in the boxes. Oh, 2 more cards. Junpei. Not cool, man. You took this picture without my permission. Yeah, it looks pretty cool, though. You look really handsome in this picture. Hey, knock it off, lovebirds. What? We're not a couple? Not at all. Not in any way. This must be... Oh, no. Don't look at it. I'm not cute at all, and I'm not photogenic, and I don't look sexy either. Next to Clover, my skin looks gross, and I'm not sexy like Lotus. I know guys go for women who look like Lotus. But, I'm trying too. I'm doing the best I can. So please don't call me a board or a trash can or a cutting board. Wait a minute. I haven't said anything like that, have I? Oh, man. They're so cute, I tell you! They finally collected all 9 picture cards. All that remained was to insert the cards into the slots at the front of each box. Junpei stared at the cards in his hands. Ace peered over his shoulder at them. You know which card goes in which box, yes? Junpei gave him a look. Yeah. Of course I do. It's really obvious. We just match our numbers so the numbers on the boxes. So, for instance, the card with the picture of Ace on it goes into box 1. The card with the picture of Snake on it goes into box 2, and so on. I see. Junpei thought he might have imagined it, but he could have sworn Ace stiffened. I'll leave the rest to you. He quickly turned and walked away. Strange, Junpei thought. Oh, whatever. Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes. It was time to solve the puzzle of the 9 boxes. 9 cards with pictures and 9 boxes. Junpei stared at them for a moment and then began. Ace's card went into box number 1, and Snake's went into box number 2. And Santa's card into box number 3. Clover's card into box number 4. Junpei's card into box number 5. June's card into box number 6. Sem's card into box number 7. Lotus's card into box number 8. And finally, the 9th man's card went into box number 9. As soon as he'd inserted all of the cards, all 9 box lids popped open at once. He peered inside. In each box was a single pin. They looked a little like sewing pins, but much thicker. Junpei collected them all quickly and shoved them into his pocket. These look like the kind of pins you use for sewing. There are 9 of them in total, and they have numbers on them that run from 1 to 9. Oh boy! Time to use these pins for something! I want to use these pins to unleash psychic powers! Wrong game. Wrong DS game. There are 6 holes here, and it looks like the pins I just found would be a perfect fit for them. Once you found in the 9 boxes, right? Well, why don't you try it? Alright, let's see what happens. I think 2, 4, and 6 should go here on the top part. 3, 5, and 7 on the bottom part. Oh, well, some of them lit up. Yeah, 3 and 6. I wonder if there's some kind of rule that determines which lights go on. Well, I put the 2, 4, and 6 pins on the top part, and the 3, 5, and 7 pins on the bottom. I think it's the digital root? The digital root. 2 plus 4 plus 6 equals 12. The digital root of 12 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns on. 3, 5 plus 7 equals 15. The digital root of 15 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns on. Makes sense, right? I see. The lights that match the digital root of the pins inserted in the top and lower parts will light up. So that's how it works. Well, there's one other thing I'd like to check. Well, if he wants to try, he's certainly welcome to. So he put the 1, 2, and 3 pins on the top and 6, 7, and 8 pins on the bottom. Oh. It turned off. 6 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. The digital root of 21 is 3. Therefore, light 3 turns off. 1 plus 2 plus 3 equals 6. The digital root of 6 is 6. Therefore, light 6 turns off. Oh, I get it now. The digital route for the pins you insert is the same as the number of the lights that are lit. Those lights turn off. Yeah, looks like that's the trick. All right, now we know how it works. You want to give it a try? Wait, you mean you know what we're supposed to do with these lights? Well, no, but I figure we could try and see if we can turn them all on, you know? I figure something's gotta happen if we manage that. Turn on the lights, huh? Okay, Junpei, let's make sure we know how this works, alright? Yep, yeah. Yep. I know! Alright, let's do it. Haha! Funny. Okay, 4, 5. And 6. Ah. Okay, well, if I'm putting... Okay, well, if I need to put the digital root... Okay, you know what? Here, I'll do this. 8 plus 1. That's a 2, so 2 should be turning on here. Then 6. Actually, no. Oh, yeah. 6... 3. There, 2 and 4. Now, if I want to get a digital root of 1, I want 8, 2, and no, 7, 2, and 1. Now for a digital root of 3. Need 4, 5. There. There's a root of 5. Well, 9, 2, and 3 will work. Now for a digital root of 6. 8, 1, 6. Alright, now for the digital root of 7. 6, 3, 7. And for 8, we can do 4, 5, and 8. It's easy! You just have to have two numbers sum up to 8, sum up to 9, and use the remaining one. The remaining number. Well, the lights are on and the shutter's opened up. Hey, does that mean... Yeah, we gotta do it again. Man, I thought I was doing so well. Okay, so we got 9 holes. There's an F up above them. I don't know what the F means, but I do know one thing. What's that? This time there are 9 holes, so we need to insert 9 pins. Man, that's boring. Oh, why don't you just try it, alright? Alright, so we gotta create a magic square. Where each side totals up to 15, because that's what F is in hexadecimal. 9.5, maybe. I mean, this is wrong, but... Three, 6, 7, and 8. Okay. Now, I think we gotta arrange these in a different way. Okay, 7 plus 7, 4, 5. So the 9, 7. That's 16. We replace 7 and 6. Okay, so 6, 4, 5. Nine, 3, and 7, though. That's 21. No, that's 19. So we need to subtract 4 from this. Oh, we already have a 3. Yeah, we already have 3 in that row. 3 is gonna hit somewhere else. Actually, no, 9's gonna have to be somewhere else. So maybe 4 should be in the center. Okay, so 3, 4, and 7, that works. 9 and 2, 4, that's 15. That's also 15. Alright, so now we just have to rearrange 1, 6, 8, and 5 in the right order. Okay, 8. Okay, so that creates 15. This would create 16, though. Alright, so the cross ones and this one are 15. Which leaves just this... Which leaves both the rightmost column and the bottommost row. Alright, so 5 plus 7 is 12, plus 6 is 18. So we need to subtract 3 from this. What number can we switch? To make this 3 less. Well, that would have to be a 2. Or 4. Those are all placed there. That's a 10, so this needs to increase by 5. So this will go up there, one go down there. Eight plus 3 is 11 plus 6, that's 17. So we need to subtract 2 from up there. Oh, that's okay, so that's not right anymore. Hey, Sora. He's being a little boy. He's being my little boy. Okay, that's 15, 16. Need to subtract 1 from this, so yeah. 8 plus 2 is 10, so we need a 5. The 5's already here. Which means 11 plus 5 is 16. I think that's 5. 8 plus 3. 11. Oh. Oh, 13. We need 2 more here. We need 2 more in the bottom row. 11 for that. Right. On the bottom row. 1 more on the right column. Gotta be this. Maybe 9 needs to be in a corner. I don't know why I'm trying to solve this. I should just use the walkthrough and have the story continue. Eight plus. Seven. Seven cannot go. Six can go. Okay, maybe 9 goes side. Okay. 4, 9, and 2. Okay, that's 15. 6 plus 2, 8. Plus 7. Okay, 8, 1, 6. That's 15. 8, 6, 1, 15, 8, 4, 3, that's 15. There we go, we did it. Ha! Nice! I did that all by myself. There we go. All pins inserted. All lights lit. We did it. Power's on now. Looks like there's electricity going to the monitor on our top now. All right, let's see if we can activate the device on the top. Green button, a red button, and a lever. I wonder what these do. I think this might help. What the hell is this? Where did he find this? What is that? Where'd you find it? I found it when you were messing around with the pinholes. It looks like instructions for this thing. According to what it says here, this thing's a remote control for that. That? Yeah, that. What's he pointing? Oh. That machine over there. Apparently it's called the Pushmaster 5000. Are you serious? Whatever. So what are we supposed to do with the Pushmaster 5000? See the coffin over on the top of the crates? Yeah. Don't you want to know what the deal is with it? I do. You want to check it out? Yeah. All right. How do you think we're gonna get there? Well, there were some crates on the right side of the fence that someone piled up, like stairs. If we make a path to the coffin from there, how would we do that? Line up the crates, I guess. Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess it's just another Zero's puzzles. Yeah. Anyway, let's give this a shot. Oh, looks like the Pushmaster 5000 runs off a battery. But to keep it from using up its energy too fast, it's been programmed so that it'll only start moving once its path has been completely programmed in. Alright, I'll keep that in mind. Need to pull the lever. What's the reset button? Alright, let's give this a try. Sure thing. Just keep in mind that there's a limit on the battery, alright? Battery dies after 50 moves. At least that's what it says in the manual. Nobody reads the manual. 50 moves, huh? Also, keep in mind that the Pushmaster 5000 can't move the heavy metal crates, okay? Got it. Instructions for operation. Yeah, you know what? Yeah. There. I know how to operate a touchscreen. Cannot move diagonally. Wait a minute. Oh, I'm supposed to line them all up on the right area. Okay, fair enough.
top two are gonna have to be put into first. Put that there temporarily. Okay, yeah, I did that too many moves. Oh yeah, that's a problem. Yeah. Down. Okay, I think I solved it. There we go. Okay, I'm done putting in the program. What do I do next? Just be quiet and watch. See, it's moving already. Ooh, look at that cute little robot doing his thing. Awesome! The Pushmaster 5000 did just what I told it to and it lined up all the crates. Great, now we can reach the coffin. Just need to climb those crates over by the fence. All right, then let's do it. They walked slowly past the row of crates until they came to the coffin. They stopped and nodded to one another. Junpei put his hand on the lid of the coffin. Mommy! Just kidding. He smirched heartily at his own joke. Junpei grumbled and shook his head. Whatever. Just open it. Junpei resisted the urge to remind Santa that he would have had it open a long time ago if he hadn't interrupted, and quickly threw out the lid of the coffin. They peered inside. Contrary to what they expected, the inside of the coffin was quite large. It was mostly empty, but not completely so. Laying on the bottom was a rusty key, and next to the key... It's a gun! Yeah, a revolver. Looks pretty old. Wonder if this is a replica. Junpei reached down slowly and cautiously picked up the revolver. In his hand, it felt heavy. He checked the cylinder. There were 6 bullets. Never seen a real gun or even a real bullet before. Couldn't tell if these were real or not. The barrel was rifled and nothing seemed to be blocking it. As Ace had said, the gun was a very old one. However, it appeared to have been well maintained. If it was a real gun, Junpei thought it would most likely function perfectly. If it was real, holding the gun made Junpei feel unpleasant. Carefully, he placed it back into the coffin. You're not gonna take it? Of course not. Something like this is gonna do is cause more trouble. It's a powerful weapon that gives one person a huge advantage. Something like that would be way too dangerous to have around. We're in enough danger already. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Maybe Zero put this gun here hoping that something like this might happen. In other words, maybe he put it here to make us fight each other. In that case, we should most certainly leave it here. I, for one, have no desire to let Zero control me. The others nodded. They had no desire to be under Zero's control either. Okay, we've got that figured out, but you aren't gonna leave that key in there, are you? Yeah, of course I'm not. Junpei picked up the crusty key and slid the top of the coffin back into place, the gun back where they had found it. Rusty key! Now I can open this door thingy. I'll just put this key in here, and yes! Sounds like that did it! Yay! Looks like it's open, Junpei!
I see. This key should open this door.
Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go! Yes! It's opening! Yay! We did it! Achievement unlocked! Taken out of storage. The hallway that left the cargo room headed straight toward the stern. Junpei and the other 3 proceeded down it, silently. Some distance along it, a large room opened up on the left-hand side. It looked familiar. An iron grate covered each of the elevators. Junpei and his companions drew to a stop and began to discuss what their next move should be.
You've seen this elevator before.
We got off the one on the left just a little while ago.
Then we went through the
Number 6 door, and that took us to the engine room.
Yes, and after that we passed through the cargo room.
And now we're back here.
In other words, we made a loop.
We're back where we started. Junpei approached the elevator. Gently, he pushed the triangular button on the wall next to it. A moment passed. The elevator door opened. And shut. Pushing the button had apparently restored power to the elevator. The elevator was now functional.
What do we do? Should we return to C deck?
No, this hallway keeps going. Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first. I agree. Let's go. Their decision made, Junpei and his companions left the elevators behind and continued down the hallway. Sometime later, Santa, who had been walking several paces in front of the rest, suddenly stopped. Set in the wall in front of him was a door. So far as Junpei could see, there was no other way to proceed. It was the door or nothing. All right, let's open it. Junpei took a deep breath, readied himself, and grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door open. He paused for a moment and stepped through into the room. And there he saw the number that had hung over their heads since they'd woken up. 9. Like the numbers on every other door, this one too was a rough shape made of red paint. Its door was set into the back wall of the room. Junpei leapt toward it with a sudden burst of hopeful energy. It was a large double door, heavy and full of solemn importance. He grabbed hold of the door handle and shook. Nothing, but he hadn't expected it to open. The red sat on the wall next to the door. Its screen read vacant. Finally, they'd found it. Junpei felt himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. At last, they found the exit, but cold gripped his heart, and he knew all too well why. As he stood frozen, unsure of what to think or feel. Junpei, look! Behind you! He spun around and couldn't believe what he saw. It was a door with the number 9 written across it. Was there a second door? Why? Junpei's voice was barely audible, even to himself. He stumbled toward the second door as if somehow compelled. It was a small single door. It sat in the starboard corner of the room, on the same wall as the door they'd entered from, but in the opposite corner. 9. There was no mistaking it. A red sat on the wall next to this door as well. Junpei shook the door handle pointlessly and muttered to himself. Why? Why the hell are there 2 doors? It was Santa who answered. There were always 2 doors. Just think about it. Zero never said there was only 1 door with 9 on it. It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. Of course, we just assumed there was only 1. After all, why would there be more than 1? Oh man. Jeez. Junpei was stunned. Zero's trick had taken him completely by surprise. There were 2 doors. That meant all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape and leave no one behind. Now the reason for the bracelet numbers being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 was clear. Divided in 2, the digital root for both teams would be 9. For instance, 1, 2, 7, 8, and 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. The digital root for both teams would be 9. Or 2, 3, 4, 9, and 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. The digital root would also be 9. There are many other workable combinations, but they all ended the same way. A digital root of 9. What did that mean? The answer was quite simple. From the very beginning, the Nonary game was designed to save all 9 people. Zero hadn't been lying. Zero had never said there was only 1 door. But anyone who found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out. One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually they would reach the room Junpei now found himself in, and realize the pointlessness of whatever violence they'd visited upon each other. There were 2 doors. No need to kill each other. They'd understand and be appalled, overwhelmed with guilt at what they'd done. Perhaps that was the purpose of the game. That was how the Nonary game was meant to be played. Fortunately, they hadn't started to fight one another, or at least not yet. But if one misstep was made, if the wrong mistakes happened, the stakes would rise and the noose would tighten. The thought of it sent a chill down his spine. So, what are we going to do, Junpei? A voice broke through Junpei's frantic thoughts. Santa's voice. It brought Junpei back to his senses. No use worrying about the future. He needed to figure out what they were going to do next. There were 4 people in the room. Ace, Santa, Junpei, and June. Their bracelet numbers were 1, 3, 5, 6. The digital root would be 6. In other words, the 4 of them couldn't open a door with the number 9. But what if there were only 3? Could door 9 be opened with 3 of them? It took him no time at all to determine the answer. There was only one combination of 3 people that would give a digital root of 9. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. That would mean... No! We gotta go back! that wasn't a possibility he was willing to consider. Santa and Ace agreed.
Yep. I agree. We cannot leave June behind. Junpei let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding.
Are you sure? I don't mind staying.
June's body betrayed her true feelings. Her eyes were wet with the beginnings of tears, and her legs shook. It's okay. There's no way we'd leave you behind. Santa had said what Junpei had known the moment he realized which 3 people could go through the door. Besides, I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean than escape with this sausage fest.
Maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta.
Are you sure you don't mean Atlantis?
Right. Perhaps it was the sudden reassurance that no one wanted to leave June behind, but Junpei laughed harder than he had in some time. Santa and Ace smiled. You guys. June blinked tears from her eyes and bit her lip. She didn't seem to know what else to say.
Very well. As we head back to C deck, then, we should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover, 7, and Lotus will have returned from door 1.
Even as they spoke, they knew finding the others wouldn't improve the situation. There was no way they could be split into teams that could go both through the doors. Ace knew it. They all knew it. But there was nothing else they could do. They would find the other 3 and search for another solution.
All right, let's go.
Ace looked at all 3 of them, then turned and headed through the door. Santa and June followed. Junpei started toward the door, then stopped. He'd been too busy with other concerns to notice the room itself. It didn't seem terribly important now, but what exactly was it? Junpei looked around the room, for the first time noticing the things that weren't doors with 9 on them. A red carpet ran between 2 columns of wooden benches that ran the length of the room. The carpet began with a large set of double doors and ran toward the bow, toward Junpei wasn't sure. Was it an altar, perhaps? There was a small rectangular alcove at the end of the carpet, and inside the alcove was a raised platform. Resting on top of the platform was a coffin. A coffin. A coffin. What on earth was a coffin doing in a place like that? But before Junpei had time to answer that question... Hey, Junpei! How are you doing? Let's move! Santa's voice echoed in from the hall outside. Right, okay! I'll be right there! Junpei turned on his heel and left the quiet, somber room. They took the elevator up to C deck. Once there, they headed back toward the main hall and the central staircase. It didn't take them long. Junpei found 7 and Lotus waiting for them. They didn't look happy.
We've got a problem.
Clover is gone! Junpei and his 3 companions looked at one another. He turned back to 7 and Lotus. What do you mean, gone? Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions to ask. When? Why? You 2 went to door 1 with Clover, didn't you? 7 and Lotus responded as best they could.
Yeah, we went through the door together.
But Clover barely spoke to us.
She just did her own thing the whole time.
There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1.
She wouldn't let us into the 4th room.
She just said, I'll take care of this one.
And shut the door.
She must have blocked it with something on the other side.
We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out.
We called for her, but she didn't answer.
So I kicked down the door and we went into the room.
But
it was empty.
Clover wasn't there.
There was a door on the other wall.
And it was open.
We figured she opened the door and left by herself. We ran after her, of course, but... Well, obviously we didn't find her. You figured it that much out. Clover's gone.
Junpei thought for a moment. When did this happen?
We got here just before you.
You certainly have excellent timing. So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase?
No, we haven't.
Finally, Ace spoke. His voice had an edge of resolve and concern.
Very well then. We'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin.
There were quick nods all around, and the 6 remaining players spread out. Junpei and June ran to the central hospital room and looked around. She's not here. No, she isn't. They searched a little longer, but with no luck. They couldn't find Clover. Finally, they gave up and left the central hospital room. Slowly, they made their way back to the hallway. At last, they reached the stairs, and Junpei spoke.
Alright, I think we should probably split up.
I'll head back to the stairs and take the elevator down to E deck. June, you can take the stairs up to B deck. Alright, that sounds good. But, what? Could you stop calling me by that code name when we're alone? Huh? Oh, sure, right. I'll do that. There was a reason Junpei persisted in calling her June even when they were alone. Although, perhaps not the best reason. He was embarrassed to call her by the nickname he used when they were children. Connie. 9 years ago, it came naturally. After all, they were children. But now that they were adults, it felt strange. Regardless of what he might hope for, to call a woman he wasn't dating by such a childish nickname felt odd to him. Of course, to call her Miss Kurashiki would be even more awkward, and simply Kurashiki would seem a little brusque. And although he couldn't put his finger on why, he felt somewhat forward to call her Akane when they hadn't seen one another for so long. In short, it was simply easier for him to call her June and leave it at that. Alright, I'm going then. Yeah. Careful, Connie. June, or perhaps more appropriately Connie, blushed and smiled. You be careful too, Junpei. Yeah, got it. Take care. Junpei looked after her for a moment as she ran up the stairs, then turned around and took off for the hallway.
Yeah, we're going all over the flippin' place, aren't we?
Tragedy always strikes when one least expects it. But to wait for a man to stand before striking him down seems almost crueler than dealing the fatal blow while he lies on the ground. A light in a dark place, June's smile had given him hope, both for escape and possibly for something else. It was that hope that raised his spirits just enough that they might soon be fully dashed. He opened the elevator door, and there she was. A woman sat slouched against the wall. Lotus. Junpei felt his blood turn to ice. Her body was limp, and her skin smooth and pale as always. It was covered in bright red blood. Junpei felt his chest constrict. He couldn't breathe, and his legs began to shake. A slow, cold drop of sweat trickled down his back. He felt his stomach somersault. Junpei's mind went blank, all his thoughts replaced with endless hissing white. Driven by little more than instinct, he began to walk toward Lotus, slowly. Each slow movement of his stiff limbs brought him closer to her corpse. Finally, he stood next to her. Robotically, he bent down and put his hand against her neck. There was no pulse. No rise and fall of breathing. She was slightly warm. Something, somewhere in Junpei's shaken mind told him that meant she had been killed recently. Yes, Junpei thought, his mind slowly returning. She had been killed. Someone had killed her. There was a deep cut on the left side of her chest. Blood still oozed from it, although clearly her heart had stopped beating some time ago. The weapon had been a knife then. Perhaps she had
been stabbed in the heart once, she would have died immediately. He took little comfort from knowing she must have suffered very little. Only then did Junpei notice Lotus's bracelet was gone.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1. You escape from the ship. 2. Your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
Was that why the killer had ended Lotus's life? So that they might have the number 8 bracelet? If that was true, then the killer was whoever wanted the number 8 bracelet. Or perhaps more accurately, the person who would gain the most by obtaining the bracelet number 8. Who is that? Who would benefit the most from the number 8 bracelet? The thought only just entered Junpei's mind when he heard a noise. A sound like a sharp knife cutting through wet meat. It struck him as strange that the noise came from inside his own body. A moment later, the pain hit him. It wasn't merely pain. There was heat, extreme heat, as well. He felt as though molten iron had been splashed against the side of his body. Finally, his brain made the connection. He had been stabbed. But where? His body was quickly going numb. You can tell where the knife had met his flesh. Given the circumstances, however, he had most likely been stabbed in the back. Whoever had killed Lotus had now done the same to Junpei as well. His voice was little more than a weak groan. With what little strength he had left, Junpei turned his body, trying to catch a glimpse of his attacker. But as he did, the knife dug itself in deeper, twisting viciously. He collapsed to the floor, a puppet with its strings cut. His arms and legs lay where they fell, oddly twisted and awkwardly positioned. Junpei's body was entirely numb. He could feel the blood leaking out of him, but nothing would move. Nothing, save his eyes. As he lay on the floor, his life ebbing away, Junpei finally saw his attacker. 2 tiny images of the killer reflected in his eyes. With that recognition came nothing. He felt no emotions. Not anger, not sadness, not regret. The paralysis that had claimed his body had reached his mind. His killer glanced down at his body. Then, without a word, climbed into the elevator and was gone. His eyesight began to fade. The world grew blurry and began to dissolve into an empty white fog. The fog crept into the edges of his mind and worked inexorably inward. Soon, it swallowed up the last that remained of Junpei's mind, and his consciousness left him. There was nothing more. Into utter emptiness, he fell. Into 0. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. See, isn't it? See, like I said, Junpei never died a day in his life until he died. So, yeah. So yeah, we just got the knife ending now. And we earned the Slaughtered House 9 achievement. And with that, we're gonna end things off here. Oh boy! Crazy! So much stuff is happening in this game! I thought maybe I was on the
path to the safe ending, but nope! I got the knife ending instead. Oh boy. But who could it have been? Who could have killed me? No idea. We'll have to find out next time. So yeah. Yeah, alright, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna raid Dan. I haven't raided him in a while. And then I'm gonna be, you know, trying to rush to get this other project done in time for Thursday. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, everybody. This is fun. As always. Seriously, I love this game. 99 is one of my favorite games. Zero Escape is one of my favorite visual novel series of all time. And I'm glad that you're here to experience it with me. So, yeah, okay, so next stream, there is something I've been wanting to do that I've been planning for and trying to get things ready for a while. It may end up being a little bit rushed because I'm running out of time and I think I might have something to do tomorrow evening. But besides 999, there is something. There is another Mochi Storytime thing I want to read. So I hope you'll be here for that. But until then, let's say hi to Den. He's currently doing speedrun of Onimusha. Trying to go for sub 102 right now. So say hi to Dan, cheer him on. And I'll see y'all next time. Take care, everybody.